Welcome back to another episode of Neon Leon. How are all you vital idols? And welcome back to another episode of Neon Leon. How are all you vital idols doing? It is oddly not showing Niyat and myself here. Can you see us, chat? There we go. That was strange.
There we go.
Yeah, StreamYard is just jacked up for a moment. But however, welcome back to another episode of Neon Leon. How are all you vital idols doing? We're going to have a good night. There was some very interesting things going on in the internet. Plus, we got a boy Niyat from Film Comics Explained here who we're going to get to know a little bit better. I'm sure all y'all seen him on Countercast, Gooch's show. I mean, his own show, which has been popping off late night. Skyrim live streams has been popping off. So, my man, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Hey, thanks so much for having me on, Leon, and a special thanks for moving this forward a day so you could accommodate me. I really appreciate it. My name is Niyat. I run the channel Film Comics Explained, where I pretty much do everything from film breakdowns, reviews, lore videos, to, as Leon said, late night gaming streams, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, your late night gaming streams have been a blast. They're usually so it's like, oh, I just finished a stream, so I see you doing this, or oh, I'm recording late at night, and I see you it's like 2 a.m. my time or whatnot. But of course, there's a bit of a time difference because you are in the great down under.
Yes, the non-existent continent and country of Australia, which is real. It exists. Trust me, guys. Yeah, so it's usually like 5-6 p.m. over here when I start streaming. But because the majority of my audience is in the US, I just title it as late night streams.
And frankly, I think that probably works out better looking at the viewership. Plus, you've got the European stuff. But Niyat has become a good friend over the course of the last, we were talking about, 6-8 months. So, and you're also a fascinating guy. So I can't wait to pick your brain, talking about, just some of the behind the scenes stuff. Before we do, we got to, of course, address the chat. This is why y'all are here. You're here for a good show. So we got to acknowledge you, especially now as the pre-stream legend. There's Blair to Blair giving a Words of Paradise membership, my man, with a plan you didn't have to, but you did. Bingo, bango, bongo. Let's give you a clip. And you know what? I think that since all y'all are here so late at night, clearly it shows you've been up to some late night chicanery, and you should all do this. Blair, thank you so much, my man. You didn't need to. Of course, great the merchant came in first. Great. Thank you so much for being here. Little Miss Anonymous says, meowdy, y'all. How you doing, LMA? Great Sonic art. So much better than what I shared on X. You've been killing it, girly. Bishop is here. Bishop, the man responsible for that amazing opening. Thank you so much. Juanita de Soros Kizzy and the true feminist in the house. Thank you so much, Juanita. Leonardo Ghostal is here. Dax Nora, the best mod in the whole damn land. Thank you so much, Dax. Who else we got? We got Cinevere. The lovely Cinny, of course, will be on the show if we make it through the tier gold. So she'll be on tonight. So y'all know we got to at least hit that tier 1. You want to see Cinny on the show. Let's be real. Angry Canadian, my boy. Again, somebody who very much is often ideologically opposed to me, but he shows up. He's here. We support each other because it doesn't matter if we agree or disagree. We could be buddies. What does the long-haired hippie bring tonight? I'm not a hippie. God damn it. Thank you so much, AC. Nix is in the house. How you doing, Nix? Jim Harrison is here, my boy. Thank you so much. You show up every time. Foil variant. Wait a minute. isn't it Thursday? Yes, we are doing this a little bit differently for a couple of reasons, a smattering of different reasons of which we will get into. We'll explain that very quickly. Blair to Blair, of course, given the membership, is also here. Thank you so much, Blair. Lucy Lemon Bug says, late. Wrong, dearie. Early. Nearly 24 hours early, in fact. We're doing this a day early. My boy Spence, Kabuto Mav. Oh, truly appreciate it. It is Thursday. However, things will be changing for tomorrow. Let's see who else. Boosh is in the house. Let's see. Boosh, thank you so much for showing up, brother. Let's who we got. We almost through. Mav Fair. Is this just an alt account for you, Spence? How many different Spence accounts we got? Winer Bly, Rick Costa. The Time Scales is here. I see y'all just popping in. Miss Sparkles in the house. Oh, Foxy Moxie coming in with a super girly. You didn't need to. Bingo, bango, bongo. Well, you know, we got a special clip for you.
Utram Shredder? Sounds Swedish.
Stop it! Can't you guys be serious about anything?
Thank you so much, Mox. You truly did not need to, and I appreciate you. Is there anybody else? I mean, what the? Yeah, you're on the show. You did not need to, homie.
Just checking that it works. Just checking that it works.
Definitely working. He says, for Hondo out, Avian homie, for the tier goal, and for Leon, my pale brother. I actually so pale. People oftentimes when I wear this can't even tell I'm wearing a shirt except for the big word to say bad man. This is a pink shirt, by the way, guys. Man, you truly do not need to. It's been a long time since we've done this. For a Fitty Banger, I think we owe you a headbang. I'm just going to assume behind that camera you're headbanging in spirit.
I'll do it.
Bingo, bango, bongo. You didn't need to, but you did. Again, thank you so much, Niyat. I do truly appreciate it. Devil Within is here. Thank you so much, Devil. I think that you're actually new here, and if so, welcome. It'll be great. Nagar Nal in the house, and I think that is everybody. All right, and Kenneth Rins Domingo. All right, guys. Yes, we're doing this on Thursday tonight. Why are we doing this on Thursday tonight? To accommodate my boy Niyat. Been wanting to have him on for a while. However, he's a busy man with a real life and would not want to monopolize his time on a Friday. And you all need to get to know him better if you don't know him. Criminally undersubbed. So make sure you hit him up. His link's in the description below. And then tomorrow night, when Neon Leon would normally be, me and a few others getting a panel together to do a Dragon Ball Daima review. So it's a twofold reason for doing this on a Thursday. Going to be killer. That being said, tier goal is still the same. After that $100, we will extend the show by 1 hour. At the 2-hour mark, we'll bring on those that did donate to a various capacity. Tier goal number 2, we're going to dress up Hondo because Leona has been retired. And tier goal number 3, if we hit 300, we will do a secondary stream on Sunday, whether it be a reaction stream, a gameplay stream. We'll talk to chat about that, assuming we hit those numbers. All that being said, housekeeping out the gate. Niyat. Time for the interview. You have been on the platform for a while, but like, what's your history? Whether it be before YouTube, what got you into YouTube? I mean, I'm sure you've told this before, but for the chat that might not know, give us a bit of your history pre-YouTube and what led you to it.
Okay, yeah. So in my early teens, when I was about 14 to about 24, I was a theater actor. So I did live performances, and that's how I made my bread and butter. And went to film school, studied there, worked on a few short films, and was just struggling to find work because the film industry and the theater industry in Australia is so small compared to everywhere else. Like the US, I think the budgets and the productions that they have for Hollywood are like something ridiculous, like 1,000 or 2,000 times the size of the Australian cinema industry. So there's not a lot of roles going around here. And so I was struggling for a while. I was working dead-end jobs, was juggling 3 or 4 jobs at one stage, and got home from a movie and from the cinema with a couple of friends. And I just kept talking about the film. I was essentially reviewing and breaking it down because we were having a really deep discussion. And then my friends were like, you should start a channel because we don't want to talk about films anymore. And I was just like, well, okay, all right, I'll give it a go. And one thing led to another.
So you were saying that like you're too highbrow, they don't want to talk about them with you anymore, so start talking about it to other people? Or
no, it's just like it was getting to the stage where every time we watched something, I wanted to dissect it and break it down and they were like, we just want to enjoy the film, and deconstructing it sort of destroys the enjoyment for them. So I was just, they recommended I start a channel, sort of like as a joke, and then I did within like 2-3 weeks. And initially, I had no idea what I was doing. So I was doing comic book breakdowns, narrations, a couple of lore videos, early breakdowns, but nothing significant. And then one of my videos went viral, and it was a virus video. So I'm sure there's a pun there somewhere. And yeah, before I knew it, I had like 30 or...
Was this your 28 days later video?
No.
Didn't you have one of the rage virus initially? Because I know you recently did one, but what was your virus video about? You've told me, and I'm retarded and forgot.
So I did do 28 days later, the comics early on. I was breaking that down, and that followed Serena, who's in the first film but not featured in the second one. And I think I'd covered like 6 or 7 issues, and that was really popping off. And by popping off, I mean I had an audience of like 40 viewers, and most of those watchers were my housemates at the time. Like they'd just watch it, rewatch it, and give me advice. And then I decided to do a video on the Crippen virus and I Am Legend, because at that stage I was studying biomolecular science, and I was just interested in biology, microbiology, virology, and I thought I'd put some of the things that I was learning to good use. And I did that video, and that popped off. I went from getting, I think, 30, 40, 50 views per video to that video all of a sudden hitting like 100,000 views in the first week. And then within 3 months, it was at like 500,000. And so 4 months into me starting my YouTube career, I'd gone from having maybe 800 subs or so. It's really difficult to remember. I do have screenshots of my subscriber count at the time. I'll see if I can find it during the stream. And then to like 40,000 within 4 months. And then that changed the trajectory of my channel. And I started doing a virus video every week, pretty much.
To play that algorithm. Now, you mentioned something interesting. You because you're obviously a very classically trained actor. That's what you went to school for, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you also said you were studying virology. So, like, did you double major? I don't know if that's how it works in Australia, majors and whatnot. Or did you, because of the lack of a landscape for films in Australia, did you switch? Like, what was where's the cutoff between the two?
So I was studying a double degree of economics and a Bachelor of Arts initially. And I did that for 2.5-3 years. And a year before I was to complete that, I auditioned for the National Institute of Dramatic Art in Sydney. I grew up in Western Australia, by the way. It's on the other side of the country. And they audition like 40,000 people. They take 20 people. And I figured once I got in, I'd be a famous actor. That didn't end up happening, but that was the school that Mel Gibson went to in the 80s. I was going to say, you went to Blanchett, and a few others. So I derailed my studies to pursue that for 3 years. And I was also doing theater work while I was studying my double degree initially. So I finished that, was auditioning for things left, right, and center. I was actually shortlisted for a Jaws remake that didn't end up happening. It was in the works. And I think, I'm trying to remember who they had pitched to be the sheriff of the town, but I was supposed to play his son and his deputy. And I was like one of 4 to 6 people that were shortlisted for that role. I think it was Lawrence Fishburne that was going to be the sheriff. And so this was early talks.
Sorry, someone was fish in the name in Jaws. Continue.
And they had a preliminary script. The producers were trying to get funding for it, and they decided to do casting calls early on. And I was shortlisted, was looking forward to being in my first big movie. And then the funding sort of collapsed, and that didn't end up happening. And then I went back to my double degree. So while I was auditioning, I completed my Bachelor of Arts in Economics. So I had a Bachelor of Film and Acting, a Bachelor of Economics, and a Bachelor of Arts. And none of that was doing anything for me, really. And so while I was auditioning, working dead-end jobs, I decided to study biomolecular science for a year. And that was around about the time that I started my YouTube channel. And once that started popping off, I was just like, well, I might just focus on YouTube full time and see what happens.
I mean, it clearly has paid off. You become a fantastic creator. Your videos are I mean, good for a multitude of things. They're educational. They are very well, when you're doing reviews, they're very well crafted, well thought out reviews. They're great to fall asleep and or wake up to, because you've got a voice that sometimes people think is AI. Apparently, I can't tell you how many times I've woke up. I've said this before. It's like when I first met you, I was I'd seen some of your videos and didn't even know it was you. And now it's to the point where like I wake up in the middle of the night and be like, why does this voice sound? Oh, that's Niyat. It's really, really weird from the outsider point of view. But no, in terms of the film industry, you were talking about this remake of Jaws. Now, how common is it? Because you said that Australia doesn't really have one. The one you have is much, much smaller than what we have here in America. How often are there Hollywood type studios coming in and filming in Australia that you or your partners in crime can audition for and things like that?
More so towards the period that I was graduating. So like the 2010s. Hollywood is coming to Australia because Australia was giving out really good tax incentives for people to film here. And I mean, now we get so many movies, Hollywood and European films being shot in Australia. And they wanted to shoot in Australia, particularly to shoot in Queensland, which is like basically a state dedicated to beaches. And they thought that'd be a good location for Jaws. And yeah, so we do have a lot more films being made here, but they're not Australian films. And obviously the cast is going to be predominantly American, and they'll have like a few secondary characters. Background actors will be Australian, but for the most part, it is a lot of American actors that get the main roles. So while there are films being shot here, it's still super competitive to get a role.
Now, there have been, especially in America, I don't know how it is in Australia, and actually this would be an interesting follow-up question. In America, we've seen foreign media really kind of popping off and taking over the last few years. I mean, you had Triple R, which broke the box in America, Korean films, anime. We got a lot of European films are really have been popping off the last several years. So is it, with the rise in interest in foreign media and frankly the decline in a lot of American media, as we've seen by box office, do you know, is Australia trying to strengthen their film industry? Do they see a market they can break into, or is it just not something high on their priority list because they're too busy putting people in camps for not getting a virus vaccine?
It's very difficult for a film in Australia to break through to international audiences. It does happen. Like last year we had Talk to Me, which was made by 2 Australian YouTubers. I don't know if you knew that, but
actually, I did, because one of the horror channels, I think it was a horror channel, basically one of the channels I follow, it may have even been Nadia, talked at length about it, like how, wow, look at these YouTubers who kind of came from YouTube and took it into real filmmaking.
Yeah, they did a lot of skits when they started their YouTube channel, and they progressed into short films, and they had a really interesting concept for a feature film. And because of its very nature, they didn't need a huge budget. I think it cost $1 million or $2 million to make the film, and it ended up grossing.
Australian or American, or is there much of a difference?
I think it was Australian, and it ended up making like $100 million. So yeah, that was a massive success. But films like that are few and far between. It doesn't happen often.
That's interesting, because Australia is such a unique sort of culture that I think, obviously, a lot of all cultures are unique in that, you know, you're not going to find in America what you would find in Ireland, what you would find in Japan, the whole nine. But Australia seems kind of like an untapped sort of storytelling device, considering all the memes about your culture and whatnot. Like it's you would think that could be capitalized on
by our like own industry or like foreign industries, because
I mean, there are a little bit of both.
Because honestly, there are a lot of Australian films getting made now, more so than ever. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like the world has they understand Australia from Simpsons caricatures and like Crocodile Dundee, and they assume that that's what the majority of Australians are like, and that's not. Yeah, that's not a knife exactly. But that's not really the case. Most Australians don't really speak like that. They do where I grew up in Western Australia and Queensland, which are like Florida and Texas, right? And where I'm at, Sydney, it's more like, I don't know, a weird combination of like New York and Los Angeles.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, in terms of even the way I think of Australia, even knowing you and a few other Australians at this point, it still comes off as the meme country / continent. Mainly, I don't know if it's clearly obviously because of pop culture and the way it's been depicted. But by the same token, you also never really hear any like breaking news out of Australia. Obviously, Americans most focus on American news, but we hear about what's going on in the UK when shit gets crazy, or in Europe in general. I can't really recall any until COVID, at least, breaking news that ever came out of Australia. I don't know if that's because it's maybe you guys have just a more laid back culture, don't have near as much going on. Maybe it's a more unified culture. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't see you guys on the world stage when it comes to current events.
It's a mixture of things, right? So we're pretty laid back as it is. We're also one of the most isolated, if not the most isolated country in the world, right? Like we're this massive island. Technically, we're a continent, an island, and a country, and and we're also, our border security is crazy. Like you guys think that America is goes over the board with when it comes to illegal immigrants. The only way to come to Australia is by boat, and when they do, we put them in concentration camps. Like, so it's pretty extreme here. Like the security is super tight. So, yeah, like it's a mixture of us being laid back and our border being extremely secure. That's why we don't get any massive news events, because nothing really happens here. And also, the most significant thing that happened in Australia over the past few decades was a massacre that occurred in Port Arthur in Tasmania. This madman with a rifle, I think, or a shotgun, went around just gunning down civilians. I think he killed 20 people. And as a result of that, guns were banned in Australia. And the government had this buyback program where they were just buying the guns back from civilians. Because up until that point, we were able to have weapons. And I mean, you still can get a license for a gun if you're working on a farm, for example. A lot of farmers still have rifles and stuff like that. But yeah, so I think it's a mixture of our borders being secure, us not really having any crazy ass weapons, and our border being and us being super laid back.
So let's take this back to YouTube for a moment. Then, obviously being an Australian YouTuber and whatnot, do you find and maybe you'll know this off the top of your head, not sure. Looking at your analytics and stuff, are most of your viewers from Australia? Do you see much more global approach? Are you bigger in America? What's that like in terms of your demographics?
Oh no, like my Australian audience makes up like 4% of my analytics. The majority of my audience is from the US. It's like 65%, and like 10% from Canada, I think, and then 6% from the UK, and then a mixture of other countries mixed in. But yeah, the majority of my audience is in the United States. So
you cover a lot of you film. You said actually once your channel took off, you wrote that algorithm. You were doing virus videos, which by the way, you do still you do still occasionally do those to this day, and they usually seem like they do well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean the reason I stopped doing them is because I made like 150. I'd pretty much covered every virus or toxin in film and TV. And bear in mind at the time, part of the reason why my channel blew up is in addition to doing that, I was doing like 5 to 7 videos per week, one every day pretty much. They were much shorter. The quality was worse, and my microphone was really bad. I didn't know how to edit. So I don't know how the channel sort of blew up, but yeah, it was a mixture of trying to gain the algorithm by posting content that people wanted to see, but also making sure that there was enough content for people to want to keep coming back to the channel.
And now compare that to a short video for you is like 38 minutes. So what was it like switching to the even longer long form stuff? What was the performance like on that, and what made you do that?
That's an interesting
I
question.
swear to God, if you say Warhammer.
Well, initially it was because I realized that my videos weren't in depth enough, right? Like if it was like a 10, 12-minute video, or maybe I'm just not a good enough writer to be able to condense my thoughts into 10, 12 minutes and be able to break down the film and also review it at the same time. So the reason my videos stretched to 20 to 30 minutes was so that I can incorporate everything and do as good a job as I can at being in depth and detailed in my breakdowns. And then the other thing was my lore videos, right? Like whenever I picked a topic and I started researching it and reading all the books, I realized you can't do a 5-minute lore video on the Emperor of Mankind. It has to be an hour and a half. And even still, if you look at the comments in my video for the Emperor of Mankind, which is an hour and a half long, all the comments are like shortest lore video
shortest
ever.
Warhammer video ever.
So yeah.
Well, so in terms of talking about films, and this is something I've been actually wanting to ask you for a while, but there's never been an avenue to really bring it up. So there's a lot of different types of film reviewers, whether it be on YouTube or off. But let's talk about on YouTube for the time being. You've got folks like you, Critical Drinker, Jeremy Johns, who all three of you, let's say, are wildly different in your approach. And then juxtapose that to what you see on like these short little blurbs on Rotten Tomatoes, which are usually quick excerpts from like what a columnist will write in, say, the New York Times or whatever. What do you think makes a good film reviewer, and what separates someone who is a reviewer for a paycheck versus someone who is truly a talent at what they're doing? And I know you're probably not going to say you're a talent because you're humble, but you fucking are. So
I think a big difference is film literacy. A lot of people that do film reviews on Rotten Tomatoes may have done a writing course, and so they may understand like the essence and fundamentals of writing characters and story, but they don't understand film language as well as others might. And so when I read like blurbs and column reviews of films, I'm kind of a little bit disappointed sometimes, because it's first and foremost, they tend to be quite subjective. Like when they're discussing what they thought of the film, it's like, I thought this and I felt this while watching this, and they don't get into the nitty gritty of first and foremost whether the film is bad or good. And if they do that, they don't give enough details as to why it was successful or why it failed from a film literacy standpoint, if that makes sense. And this is the issue that I was having with my short form content. Is I realized you can't really review a film in depth, or at least I can't, in 400 words. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
you just
tonight what we did on Gooch's show, it's a 22-minute episode of an anime, and it took us almost like an hour and 40 minutes to break it down.
Yeah, and we spent, as a result of my incompetence, we spent 20 minutes, I derailed the conversation. We spent 20 minutes discussing a character that wasn't even featured in the episode. Okay. And that's the
why
meat
do you
and
call it
potatoes.
incompetence? Like, actual question, why would you, because in my opinion, that garnered a 20-minute incredibly fruitful discussion where we had opposing views on what makes a character. How is that your incompetence versus your competence? Because I looked at that as a positive, aside from we were trying to end the show.
Oh, it's a bit of self-deprecating humor there. Obviously, that was a phenomenal discussion, and I enjoyed all of our points of views, and I felt like that was like the meat and potatoes of the discussion, because we were getting into the functionality of a character that wasn't there and how that affected the ensemble. I thought that was a brilliant discussion. But
it could have gone on probably another 20 minutes had we not needed to wrap a show, because I feel like we just scratched the surface of it.
But to your point, we spent an hour and 40 minutes discussing a 20-minute episode, and that's a good discussion. Like that's brilliant. That means that we all and we all didn't agree. I mean, me and Goodwin were arguing with you about the utility of Mina, the character that was not present, and that's good content. I think that's what people tune in to see.
That's also something that can only be done with the platform we have, as opposed to you can't even if you've got multiple writers doing various reviews and whatnot, there's no way to have a sort of dialogue or back and forth in a written review with multiple people. I mean, you get Q&As when like actors are interviewed or whatnot, but there's no way to have an actual discussion in that sort of media. That's something that can only be found on YouTube, or back in the day, like on Siskel and Ebert, because there was two of them.
Agreed. Yeah, I agreed. But I think also like part of why people tune into YouTube is, and why I watch YouTube content over network television. I still watch like my favorite TV shows. Like I'm rewatching Daredevil seasons 1 and 2 in preparation for Born Again. But most of my time is spent watching YouTube content, because I feel like the content creators that I enjoy watching have a level of authenticity. They're not bought by a newspaper outlet or a news outlet who themselves are bought by, like another corporation. They're beholden as content creators to their audience, right? And their audience is only going to be tuning in if there's a level of authenticity and truth to the way that they're approaching the discussions, and a degree of honesty as well. Doesn't mean that the content creators are always right, because there's an aspect to reviewing things as objective as you try to be. There are preferences, right? There's things that we enjoy seeing more than other people, and there's and so it's going to be impossible to be completely objective. There's going to be a level of subjectivity, but we try and be as honest as possible with our review, and that's why people tune in to the content that we make, and it's why legacy media is dying, essentially.
I just want to say fuck you, because you inadvertently answered my next question, which leads me to, which is going to be, can art be objective? Which apparently you think at least aspects of it can, based on that answer. Am I assuming that correctly?
Yeah, I think, yeah, absolutely. At least grading art can be as objective as you try to be. Everybody is looking at something through their lens, and that's going to influence or depreciate or decrease the level of objectivity that they have when they're analyzing something, right? Like, for lack of a better term, like my lived experience is going to be different to yours, and my the tools that I have to assess things are going to be different to you. And so we may both like the same thing, but like it for different reasons, if that makes sense.
Well, that makes sense. And actually, so I'll take that a bit further. And that, like, I remember getting into a debate with somebody one time, and they were stating that, the art can't be objective, that because it's art, it will always have a subjective nature to it. And my counter was, well, no, as humans, as creators of art and consumers of art, we've come up with a certain set of parameters that are effectively necessary for, let's say, a story to be told, or for, in most instances, art, like if it's a painting or whatnot, to be considered good. So if you're doing let's say a self-portrait, and the goal of a self-portrait was to make it look as identical as possible, but in a 2D space, things like, did you get the symmetry, the face correct? Did you get these shadows and whatnot correct? Those are objective things that you can see if they did or didn't. Or when it comes to storytelling, a 3-act structure. Now, you can have your avant-garde films or plays or whatnot that don't follow this 3-act structure, but in general, that's more or less a necessity. And if you don't have that, the storytelling is almost certainly going to suffer. Those are just objective things.
Well, I completely agree, but I just don't see art in binary terms and in as much black and white as perhaps you do. I think that there are certain parameters and criteria that we have, for example, when looking at film, cinematography, sound design, music, character work, writing, dialogue. All of these things are objective parameters, and we can compare them to other films, right? So I think that 85 to 90% of it is objective, but there's still a lingering level of subjectivity that comes into play, and that also needs to be acknowledged. But yeah, for the most part, when reviewing art, yes, it should be done from an objective point of view.
Well, we will get back to this then, because this will actually branch very well into the first topic of the day. So before we hit that, a couple supers came in. Would love to address those. Boost McFadden came in with a 5-banger. Gonna do a review panel after. Also, how to Sonic knock on a door with Knuckles. Oh, look at you and telling your tall tales. Yes, we will, just like a normal Neon Leon, we're going to 100% do the 1 hour-ish after show for the after we hit the 2-hour mark. Niyat, if you're welcome, you're willing to stay for that. It's obviously not an obligation for the guests to stay, but yep, if we hit tier 1, obviously those that donated do get to come on, have fun, we chat about whatnot. And then Suns and Shadows came in, gifted 5 Words of Paradise memberships, guys. Thank you so much. We'll update the Discord link after the show so that all the new members can join the Discord. Thank you. And y'all, you both get a clip. In fact, even though ABF isn't here, we'll say he's here in spirit because you mentioned Sonic. Oh, and then Lucy, you beautiful bitch, you didn't need to. Also coming in within 5 Words of Paradise gifties. Thank you so much. I truly don't deserve it. It means the absolute world to me. Since Sonic was mentioned, we will give you guys this clip.
Who is this guy?
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
Dude, I'm standing right here.
Thank you so much. Again, I don't deserve it. But by all means, again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think that definitely pushed us past tier 1. So one of my mods, if you'd be so kind, let us know in the comments where we're sitting. And in the interim, yes, yep, Hondo Tales, absolutely. We will go ahead and talk about the first topic, which I find, again, I have a lot to say on this, but I more want to hear what you have to say first. So I'm going to zoom this in a bit. This is from my buddy Mugen Lord. Mugen Lord, who, have you ever streamed with Mugen Lord, Niyat?
I've never streamed with him, but I've watched a few of your Countercast episodes with him. Very, very talented artist. I really want to get a copy of his comic book that he was discussing a couple of weeks ago, I think. I'm really excited for that. Yeah.
Yes. No, that's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to get my copy in the mail. Well, he says, I've said this, most people don't give a shit about wokeness or DEI if the game is actually good. Now, we're going to extrapolate here game for any sort of art form, film, game, comic, whatever it may be. Some people are throwing a fit because people are enjoying Monster Hunter Wilds despite the game having elements in the game that most would consider woke. Like I said, woke only make bad games worse, but does little to a game that actually respects the player's time, is actually good. Not wasting my time making videos about this concept or drummed up controversy behind Monster Hunter Wilds and the culture war debate. This is, in my opinion, an interesting discussion because, there has been an entire subculture built around either praising or trying to dismantle these sorts of ideologies and stories, a lot of which that, I've been partaking in, you have as well. But frankly, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this statement.
First we'd have to define wokeness. I mean, DEI is very, very clear, but like, what's your definition of woke? Because that sort of evolved over the past decade, hasn't it? Like initially it was like social justice movement. What's your definition of that now?
Well, so the problem is, I think there's two separate definitions. One when you're talking about media, and one when you're talking about how the way the world actually works. So when you're talking about media, it is a cultural Marxist, cultural Marxist ideologies that supersede story or character. Versus when you're talking about it in real life, it is out in the real world, you've got these same sort of Marxist ideologies, but they go into the actual function of the way the world works. You're hiring people not based on merit. If you've got, let's take a video game, for example, game could be, have no elements story-wise of wokeness in it, but if you're hiring people based on their race or their gender that have never made a game before, they're effectively DEI hires. It will probably be a failed project on a quality level because you didn't hire based on merit. So in this instance, we'll probably just talk about the first definition. Unless you have something to add to the second, where you've got these usually far left, but really any ideology superseding story and or characters.
Well, I fundamentally, I don't think anything should supersede storytelling or characters. And that's where I think woke ideology, especially when it comes to film and literature, goes wrong, is that the story becomes about the ideology and not about the characters and the writing. Everything is sort of there to serve the ideology. And that we don't want. Well, I don't want personally, I'm sure you don't want in games and films and TV shows. I think it's sort of like a cancer on the entertainment industry. But when it comes to like having like a gay character in a film or a TV show or in a game, or a black character in a film and a TV show and a game, I don't care so long as the focus of their character isn't that they're black or that they're gay. You know what I mean?
I would say unless it does matter to the story, because there can be stories where those characteristics actually do matter.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Well, like take Harry Potter, for example. Dumbledore was gay out the gate, but that wasn't a retcon or a lore change that was in J.K. Rowling's story Bible. It just never came up. Therefore, it wasn't. You could not call Harry Potter woke for having a gay character in it. And I think I would extrapolate what Mugen Lord is saying here is, when there are decisions being made for ideological reasons, if you can pinpoint them out, that doesn't inherently ruin the product. I don't know if you would agree with that or not. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Like, I haven't played Monster Hunter Wilds. If the story is about the oppression of minority communities and underrepresentation of trans people, then yes, that game has gone off the rails. But if those aspects are not derailing the storytelling and the writing and the characters, I don't have a problem with it. But the issue is that we used to be able to tell a story with minorities and people of diverse sexualities without that being the focus, like you said, unless it was the point of the story, in which I have no problems with that. But
Well,
yeah,
have you ever seen the film They Live?
I feel like I have. That's a John Carpenter film, right?
Yes, yeah, yeah, where they put on the glasses, they see the world for what it really is, and which is, consume, obey. There's a shadow government of aliens effectively running everything. Yeah.
Yes, I feel like I haven't seen it recently. I saw it like in my teens, but yeah, I vaguely remember it.
By the way, I would highly recommend to warrant for a rewatch because I had never seen it before until doing it for a review on Sons and Shadows show yesterday, the day before. It was absolute blast. Your two main characters are a white dude and a black dude, and I remember just chuckling to myself, thinking, dude, if this movie were made today, it does not matter how anti-authority the film is, anti-big government in all respects. It's actually a very conservative film when it comes to overtaking the government, being lied to, authoritarianism and consumerism, making the American existence possible. But because the two main characters, one is a black dude who does some very at times OP shit, there would be a subset of folks in the space that would 100% call the film woke, purely based on that. And so that which will lead to the next question of, do you see a just as big or a growing problem, or however you would define it, with the side that is supposedly fighting against this sort of ideology in art?
I don't necessarily think that there is a problem. There's always going to be a knee-jerk reaction from one side or the other, right? Like, you were there when we covered Lethal Weapon with Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. Like, that movie,
great film,
was superb, right? And one of the main characters is a black guy, right? But that isn't the focus of the story. He is simply a police officer that's about to retire, right? That so happens to be black, but none of that sort of filters in. But I get the feeling if that was released today, you'd have two sides. One side would have a knee-jerk reaction and be like, this is woke because it has a black character in it, right? And then you'd have the opposite side, the left side, that would be like, this is horrible. It's promoting police brutality or whatever it may be. You know what I mean? There's always going to be extremes on both sides that sort of detract from enjoying the film and analyzing it from a critical lens. Like, I feel like that's part of the issue with a lot of content creation. It's gone from like actually analyzing and breaking down the film to labeling it as woke or not woke. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I agree completely. In fact, you were talking earlier about your older videos having like shitty sound and not knowing how to edit and whatnot. And if I could do my horn for a moment, there was when Resident Evil 4, the remake, came out early on in my channel's career. I did a review on it, and rather than doing the off the cuff sort of stuff I normally do, full script, gameplay, a lot of editing, the whole nine. Tried to make it as professional as possible, but it was early on in the career, so I had a fucking trash can for a microphone. And near the end of the video, because there was a lot of complaints about whether or not Capcom made the game quote unquote woke, and I basically did a quick 1 minute statement stating that I don't want to talk about whether it is or it isn't, because I don't think it really matters in the context of the larger breakdown of the game. But if I had to say anything about it, it would be that the game's not woke, but you could tell that Capcom is afraid of that vocal minority, so they're trying to walk a tightrope.
Fair enough. Isn't there is it Resident Evil 5 or 6 that's set in Africa? And there's people on the left. Five. There's people on the left that were saying it's problematic to have a white character go to Africa killing black people. It's like, it's not killing black people, it's killing zombies. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's funny. So this was the very first like big internet beef sort of thing that I was ever a part of, because I was part of the official Resident Evil forums. There was like sanctioned by Capcom and whatnot, ResidentEvil.org, and the discourse on this was wild because the folks were basically stating very much that, and a lot of these people came from Canada actually, because there's a big Canadian contingency on that website. They were calling this game racist, and it was always strange to me because you've got multiple Resident Evil games up to this point. You've had, because even though it's the 5th game, there's all these spin-offs and Zero, for example. So this is like the 12th or 13th game in general. And it's the first one to take place in Africa, but you've had all these that take place in various other parts of the world: Antarctica, Spain, America. It's weird to see Africa and frankly, black folks almost being treated with kid gloves. Like they also cannot be victims of a corporate viral enterprise that treats humans as test things. And I don't know, it was a very strange discourse. So, they're monsters and you come in and you kill the monster. There was never a skin color dynamic to Resident Evil, nor was there in 5. But Capcom freaked out and added Sheva as a black character to offset the anger.
Well, it sort of reveals a lot about the way that people on the left and extreme left perceive the world. Like they see things in color. They don't see a person. They see a race. They see they're just so focused on identity, politics, and how to game that to their advantage. Because if you play that game, you realize that the black people aren't the bad guys. I mean, they do turn into zombies and they're a threat to you in the immediate vicinity, but the bad guys are the Umbrella Corporation. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, you're exactly correct. If anything, it's an anti-corporate message, and frankly, it's, at least in my lifetime, it's always been the left that were against big business. I mean, Wall Street, for example, Occupy Wall Street, and so you would think that the Resident Evil games would actually have a pretty left. You could spin it if you did a proper breakdown of it. Why Resident Evil has left-leaning ideologies in it, and you could make an effective argument about that, at least a more effective one than this game is racist.
Well, you didn't see the same reaction with Resident Evil. Was it Village? Where you go to Eastern Europe and you're killing
Eastern Europe. Actually, I think you're in Spain again. It's definitely Eastern Europe, but you might be in Spain again, just like in 4. And yeah, you're right, you did not.
Oh, well, you're killing like Romanians who've done nothing wrong, but they've been infected, and there wasn't an outcry of like ethnic cleansing or whatever the hell it is. I think, people will always pick and choose arguments based on the way that they view the world, and when they cry out, I think to me it just reveals a lot more about how they view things than anything else.
So, as somebody that's been reviewing film for as long as you've been doing, actually, before you even get in that, initially, what got you into? Because clearly you were doing this well before you were a YouTuber. What was it about that sort of art form, or you're called Film Comics Explained, so obviously you're into comics and stuff as well. You do gameplay streams. Point is, what was the catalyst for getting you to examine these sorts of media in a critical, in-depth manner? Because you don't just naturally do that. There's usually something that sparks that.
Oh, it was part of our natural. It was part of our training when we were doing shows, productions, and putting on theatrical performances. Would be breaking down scripts, right? Like we did everything from contemporary theater to Shakespeare to Ibsen to Chekhov, and part of being able to play a character is understanding them, and the way to understand them is to dissect what the intention of the writer is when it came to the characters. And you do that by looking at the dialogue, breaking down scenes, and that sort of was transferred to all the work that we did with the short films that we worked on. And it was just a skill that I happened to have picked up in my late teens, early 20s, purely because of what it was that I was studying. And yeah, it just seemed like a natural fit to be able to transpose that to my work on YouTube.
Oh, see, that's really interesting to me. So you've obviously always been a fan of this sort of stuff, because that's, you go to school for it, I assume, because it interests you. So you've grown up being interested in it, but you didn't ever try to do like critical reviews and stuff as a kid, as a teen. It was learning about the craft that made you more interested in dissecting it.
Yes, absolutely. Although when I was in high school, I think I got an inkling that I may want to do this, because we had our English and English literature exams in grade 11 and 12. And when I got the opportunity to write an essay. The topic that I picked was The Matrix, like the first Matrix film, and I had so much fucking fun breaking it down. And I got a pretty decent mark for that as well. That I was like, this was a lot of fun. I spent 2 weeks working on this, and this was really, I don't know, it was satisfying. And obviously, I went on to do theater work and stuff, and also I was writing scripts. Like me and my friends were writing plays, writing short films. So I was heavily involved in the creative aspect of bringing characters to life from a performance and writing perspective. And but yeah, no, it's been an interesting journey.
No, that's actually really cool in terms of like just because similar story in that for my very first big book report that I ever had to do in high school, I think it was 10th grade, give or take, I chose the novelization of the first Resident Evil game to do my book report on. And it was incredible. Like, how do you break down doing a novelization versus what in the game is gameplay mechanics? And like it turned out it was a really, really fun project to do. So I can imagine you had something similar with your Matrix project.
Absolutely. Guys, by the way, don't want to derail the conversation, but if you haven't already, please check out Leon's video on Resident Evil and Alien. He sent it to me a couple of weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago. It is freaking phenomenal. Let's get that view count up to like 10,000 if we can by the end of the stream. Please watch it, share it, and then come back to this stream because it is phenomenal.
Thank you.
Are you thinking of
that?
Are you thinking of going back to doing film analysis and breakdowns or anything like that? Because you're very talented.
I am thinking about doing it, and I'll be asking you the questions, but I will answer this real quick. The problem is the script I'm working on currently is about something very esoteric. It's gone through like 4 rewrites. Vex and Goodwinbo looked it over, and I am not satisfied with it, and I'm super one-track mind, and because I've got a slew of scripted videos I want to do, but I will not abandon this to do another. I'm just like, nope, until this one's done, nothing else is getting touched, and it's a very, very difficult thing to write about because it isn't there. It's one of those things where there is a lack of subjectivity because it's about the liminality, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. So
fair enough. I mean, yeah. Part of what we do is time allocation, right? Like there's a lot of things that we want to do. We've got to focus on the things that are most important to us. I mean, fuck, I've been writing a novel for the past like 4 years, and it's gone through multiple.
I imagine you're never satisfied with certain aspects of it, despite the fact that there will probably be an audience for it as is, but for you as the creators, the artist, it's just not fucking good enough, right?
Yeah, well, I've written 2 books, right? One is a Middle Earth-like fantasy adventure for young adults. That's been ready for like a year and a half, but that's tailored towards 14 to like 16, 17-year-olds. That's not my demographic. That's not my audience. That's sort of just a story that I wrote for younger me. I could publish that at any minute, but I'm worried that I don't have the audience for that. And so I've also been working on a sci-fi adventure, which is tailored to my audience. It's like horror, Lovecraftian, Greek gods, Game of Thrones, Dune, all of that sort of mixed into one. And both books are like the first in a series of like 5 or 6, depending on how long I stretch it. And so while that first book is done, this book has been a freaking nightmare because of the very nature of my work, breaking down good storytelling, good writing, good dialogue, good characters. I'm super nervous about publishing it when it's not ready, because everybody's going to be like, for someone that, makes a living breaking down films, you sure have written a pretty shitty story there, my friend. And yeah, so it'll be released when it's ready.
Well, that actually, no, and that leads me to again, brilliant segues. You're real fucking good at this. So when it comes to, let's compare you, who is, classically trained, to some of the other names I mentioned earlier, things like Critical Drinker, Jeremy Johns, folks that, at least to my knowledge, are just film reviewers. They don't actually have the film experience you have in terms of going through acting, studying, things of that fact. Those are folks that are like, I like movies, I'm going to talk about them, and in my opinion, do a very good job. Like, what is there a difference in like validity that comes from a reviewer that actually has a firm understanding of being part of the film world versus an outsider who's just a viewer, or where do you sort of draw that line between what makes, I guess, competency in that regard?
I don't think there's validity comes into question. Doesn't matter whether you've studied something for 10 years or if you're just getting into it. Like, I don't care. It's all about the substance and competence, as you said, of your work. I'm not too sure about Jeremy Johns. He does tend to do sort of very brief. He's very quick with his reviews, right? He usually is able to see the films like a week before. So he releases his reviews sometimes before the movie even comes out. So he's able to capitalize on that. He doesn't give too much away. It's sort of like it's a very casual review. Like, it's not super in depth. And then when it comes to someone like The Critical Drinker, I don't know whether he has film experience in the past, but he's actually a published author under Will Jordan. He's written like 12 books. Do you know what I mean? He has an entire series. So he understands writing, story,
and a couple of books that are not part of his series also as well. So
yeah. So I think his expertise comes from the experience of writing stories and understanding what makes a good story and what doesn't. As for Jeremy Johns, I don't know. I probably, like, in terms of preference, I prefer to watch The Critical Drinkers reviews. And no, that's not only because I've been on his podcast, but like, yeah,
multiple times, Matt. Congrats, you've made it, Bo.
But his reviews, despite being relatively short compared to mine, he's able to condense and articulate his breakdowns and reviews so succinctly in a way that I absolutely cannot. Like, I can't do that in 10 minutes. So he has a tremendous skill when it comes to reviewing.
Well, there's also a difference in that his reviews can be 100% well thought out. Whether you agree or disagree with them, they're well thought out reviews. However, there is a performative comedic nature to them, which is very opposite of what you do. Where, I mean, don't get me wrong, you've got comedy in your reviews. Your recent Captain America one is enough to fucking prove that. But you, at least by my experience with your work, try to be as academic as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe I don't really think about it in that way. If
that's just a byproduct of you being from the film world, then is that sort of academic mentality is just based on that's how you got into film, is through the academic system.
Sure, I do know that I try and approach my reviews, despite my politics, from an apolitical point of view. I try and be as objective as possible, and when something like politics comes into view, that tends to create a bias with which how you approach like a film review or a film breakdown. It can sort of blind you to being able to analyze something like with integrity. I don't know if that makes sense, and that's not to deride other people who take a more political approach to breaking down films. That's absolutely fine, and I do enjoy some of that content myself, but that's not I would
say it's fine as long as you're still being honest with it. There are individuals out there that will, like let's take Grace Randolph, for example, as a good example. I do not 9 times out of 10 like her reviews. I think that they but that means but I also think that she believes what she's saying. She's not inherently she's not using her review as a avenue to spread an agenda. She just does have a bias, I think, that comes through in her reviews. But since she is being honest in herself about it, I give it more of a pass, even if I don't like the review or the politics going along with it. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, yeah. Grace Randolph is entertaining as hell. Like, I've watched like maybe 3 or 4 of her reviews, and I'm just like, wow. Like, when I was preparing my first FCE live stream, which would have been about 6 months ago, sorry. My first live stream was on Borderlands, and I hated that film. I enjoyed the games. The story was shit. The characters were really bad. She loved that film. And
that was your first FCE, was Borderlands? Really?
Yeah. Well, it was.
What a way to start. Sorry, continue.
It was more like a late night with Gucci and Gang type of stream where we broke down, I think, Borderlands. Trap had also come out as well, the M. Night Shyamalan film. So I think we broke down a couple of things, but we spent about an hour and a half on Borderlands, and we all agreed it was really bad. And when I watched her review, she didn't really highlight anything objectively good with the story. It was just like Kate Blanchett, she's having so much fun in this film, and I love that because Kate Blanchett played Galadriel in The Lord of the Rings. And I was like, that's not a review. There's no objectivity. There's no critical
those
analysis.
Are statements of potential fact or even opinion if she actually wasn't having fun. Like,
but she has an audience, and I'm happy for her, and I wish her all the success. And yeah, there's an audience for everything. You know, people watch Boogie 2898. You know what I mean? Like, people watch the LOLcow universe, and Keemstar has somehow turned one LOLcow show into like 8 or 9 now. I don't know if
he's got a whole LOLcow cinematic universe.
He does. He's got LOLcow Live with him and Wings. He's got LOLcow Queens with, I think, Becky and Tina. He's got LOLcow Tech, which recently became LOLcow Asylum with David Jaffe, who you've interacted with on Twitter. Rich, he's got like LOLcow.
He blocked me.
Did he?
Yeah, he blocked me.
He's got LOLcow Aussie. I don't know about some of the other shows.
Wait, he has an Australia-specific LOLcow show? I didn't know about this one.
Yes. His plan, as much as I guess despise Keemstar from a moral perspective, he's a business genius. Like, he's a multi-millionaire.
So are the Paul brothers. You could dislike them as people all you want. They are brilliant business people.
He knows how to make money. And his plan from the beginning was, I want to be able to create a show that goes on from like 10 a.m. in the morning till 10 p.m. in the evening. And I want everybody to be watching one show after the other. Obviously, the other shows aren't as successful as his first one. But yeah, my point is there's an audience for everything.
And to be fair, we've inadvertently sort of done something similar with the Cabal. It was never like, unlike him, it was for us, it wasn't sort of a business venture. It's like, oh, Moxie happens to be streaming, which leads into Badger, which leads into Gooch, which leads into Neon, which leads into me, XYZ, and you cultivate this accidental shared audience. But that's because of an authenticity of we're all friends, we're all buddies, we go on each other's shows. Like, it's been really wild to see because there'll be folks that'll pop up in your chat that are like, oh, dude, this is the first time I've ever seen him in Niyat's chat, but I've been seeing him in mine for the last 6 months, and that cross pollination is again, none of it was by design, which is different than the way Keemstar does it. But you can also, again, it's still a block of content that you watch throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, I guess the difference with us is there's a, like, whereas Keemstar is the maniacal overlord of an entire universe, we're all in our own respective universes, and I guess we function as bees cross-pollinating to other territories, and our cross-pollination is organic, as you said. It's not forced like with him. We didn't go, we want to make sure that we have our shows running right after each other. We just happened to realize our shows were happening at particular times, and we the difference also is that we all just want all of us to succeed, not just us who are part of the Cabal and the usual squad, but every other young content creator, whether they've got like 10 subs, 100 subs, or, a couple thousand. We want everybody to succeed. And so there's that as well, which I really love.
Except the Doolies. Fuck them. We want them to fail. No, I'm joking. We love the Doolies.
Andy's cool. Don't know about Katie.
I'm the opposite. Katie's great. I don't know about that Kylo Ren with a beard looking motherfucker. But no, and that's something that you've been honestly great about. She's probably gonna get all embarrassed and blush and shit in the chat. But like when you brought Cinevere on, for example, on to your review show the other day, is like you're a million plus sub channel that does been on Critical Drinker, and this is me trying to glaze you or not. It's like you bring on someone that's 200 subs deep. That's because there's something of value to be gained from that individual, because numbers at the end of the day don't actually fucking matter. It's the actual person and their thoughts behind behind the avatar or whatever it is.
There are some people who will not be named, who want to game the system, right? They want to take advantage of people that have bigger channels and be like, I'm going to have them on my channel. And then by having them on my channel, I'm going to get contact details for somebody that streams with them. I'm going to invite them to my channel. And then I'm going to tell them about this person that I don't like so that they don't have them on their channel. It's like this weird Machiavellian scheme that they have. Which doesn't exist with us. Like, if we enjoy streaming with you, if we don't always have to agree, but if we like spending time with you online, if we enjoy having discussions with you, you're more than welcome to appear on our streams. You know what I mean? Like we don't care. There's people that that appear on my streams and our respective streams that don't even have a channel that appear. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Goodwin does not have a channel. That being said, I will stream with Goodwin any day of the fucking week, mainly because he and I get along great for people that disagree on 70% of everything. But Goodwin always manages to formulate an argument that, while I disagree with, at least is a good argument that is fun to analyze. It makes you question yourself. And that's what a good argument should do, is make you question your worldview. And yeah, again, he's just an example of someone who doesn't have a channel. I don't think Zach has one either. His art, for Zachary's art, as an Instagram, not a channel. And just these sort of individuals have, a value that they bring to these streams that is, I would not want to do without.
Yeah, it's a mixture of us enjoying being on stream with them to, as you said, them having value. We appreciate the insight, the view that they have when it comes to analyzing whatever show, whatever film, whatever media that we're discussing. We want to ensure that it's not really too much of an echo chamber. So we're happy to have people that come in and regardless of how big their channels are or whether they have a channel at all.
Well, I think what gets lost for both viewers, other content creators, the whole nine, is that when you start looking at everything as content, you start to lose the humanity in whatever the product or even the people you're streaming with or whatnot. So in regards to like some of the reviews you've done, because you've been doing this for 4 years now, right?
Content creation?
Yes.
7.5 years. Actually, 2017, I think July is when I started.
Way longer than I realized. Damn.
Approaching 8 years, yeah.
Damn. Well, first of all, Matt, congrats. I didn't realize it had been that long. Holy shit. But did you ever fall into a period of time where you were going through the motions, you're putting out XYZ for content, the heart or the emotion of that was in it? Or what was, did you ever have a funk like that? And what was your experience like, and how'd you come out of it, if you had one?
Yeah, like leading into COVID, 2019, it was about 2.5 years into me starting YouTube. I really did not enjoy the content that I was making. I wasn't really challenging myself, and I don't think I was making very good content. I was just purely making something because I knew that people wanted me to cover it, and so I was like, I'll cover it. I'll do a half-ass job. In all honesty, I think I definitely know that I could have done so much better with a lot of the earlier videos that I made, but I was like, if they're happy with it, then I'm happy with it. And now it's gotten to a stage where it's like, no, I need to be happy with what it is that I'm publishing first, and hopefully the audience will feel the same way. So I did hit a rut in 2019 for about a year. I'd considered maybe stopping content creation for a couple of months because I was feeling burnt out as well. This is when I was publishing 5 to 7 videos per week. I had no time for family, no time for friends. Yeah, it was a grind, and it was sort of, I don't know, I felt like I was losing my soul to content creation. And I readjusted my approach. I was like, part of the reason why I've been able to grow super quickly is because I'm acknowledging my viewers, obviously engaging with the comments, but also taking into consideration what it is that they want me to cover and ensuring that that is what I'm covering. But it reached a point where I'm like, if I keep doing this, I'm not going to enjoy making content creation, and the quality is going to suffer. So I found like a balance between what it is that people want me to do to what it is that I want to do. And that was instrumental to me, I guess, Super Saiyan, becoming like a, Super Saiyan, hitting the next level of my career. Not in terms of like quality, but just me being comfortable with what it is that I was doing.
Well, and you've gotten out of your comfort zone relatively recently, in that even through all these years of doing the videos, you're actually relatively new to the live stream format, which you put to like a fish to fucking water. I've been doing this for 2 years now, and your streams are leaps and bounds better than mine. So when it comes to stepping out of your comfort zone and doing those, what made you do that? What are you still learning? What are your thoughts on live streaming? And what do you think of your growth doing so thus far, especially with now that you've introduced like gameplay streams and stuff like that, which is a wildly different thing than you've been doing for who knows how long.
My introduction to it was an invitation by Brown, who runs Mr. Brown Alliance, and he has a lot of different content creators that pop on there. And he sort of just sent me an invite. I think it was April of last year. He's like, "Hey, do you want to jump on?" He left me a comment on one of my YouTube videos, and I didn't even have Twitter, so I literally created a Twitter account so I could communicate with him. And
I was wondering, because I'm not saying this to be insulting, but your follower account on X is like insanely small compared to what you do on X. So I was like, there's no way, this doesn't make sense. I was confused by it. So okay, you only recently got X.
Yeah, I for the longest time considered Twitter to be like a cesspool, and I didn't want to waste my time with it. But then I realized, well, if I'm going to be collaborating with people, the best way to do that is by getting on Twitter. I'm not super active on it. I'm only posting or reposting the streams that I'm in. I'm not as active as you. You're super active on Twitter, I think, compared to me. But that's how I got into the live streaming. I was doing one per month, once every 2 months, and honestly, those first few ones were super nerve-wracking because I was like, "Oh my god, what if I say the wrong thing?" Because my videos, I spend a lot of time collecting my thoughts, and writing is something that I specialize in. So I'm able to articulate my thoughts clearly in my breakdowns and reviews. And when you're doing a live stream like this, it's sort of off the cuff. The first thing that comes to your head is what you say. And that was terrifying when I started, I didn't want to look like an idiot or anything like that. And so I was super nervous. And then after doing 6 or 7 of those, I decided to start my own YouTube channel. I did own live stream, with FCE Live. I did 3 episodes of that and invited a couple of people on. I think I had Gooch on the first one. I had Movie Cynic, Little Platoon, people who were extremely generous with their time. And I was like, why are these people jumping on my live stream? I have no experience in this, and felt like a fish out of water. And it's just a new skill to develop, you know what I mean? And over time, streaming multiple times with you guys, especially Badger, Gooch, you, been on Zach's channel a few times. What is it? B-Sup with Movie Cynic and Platoon. You start to get super comfortable, and especially with the people that you're streaming. And so you feel as though, there's no judgment with whatever opinion you're going to have on a particular thing. And meeting you guys,
those are
and
all with people to bounce off of. You've grown a very a kinship with a lot of us, to where at this point it's just buddies hanging out. We'd all be talking about the same shit if there were no cameras rolling. So now take that to what you've been doing with Skyrim, and you're doing these solo streams live. What possessed you to do that, considering that seems, from an outsider looking in, completely out of your element?
Well, it was the Alien. We were covering Alien and Predator on my movie nights with Niyat, right? Like the first 18 or 14, 15 episodes were on Alien and Predator. And so during Christmas and New Year's, I was like, hey, I've heard of this game called Alien Isolation. I tried to play it when it came out, but I was too terrified. Do I have the courage to do so now? And I felt like it was a natural jump from the content that we were doing on the weekends to something that I could do by myself. And people enjoyed seeing me, poop my pants in those streams. And so I did that, did a couple of Dead Space streams. And then Skyrim is one of my favorite, it's probably my favorite game of all time. And it's so relaxing and therapeutic to be in that universe. And I haven't played it in maybe 5-6 years. And so, yeah, whenever I finished work, I was like, I'll play Skyrim. And then I thought, why not just play Skyrim and have a chat with the audience? And what's been extremely rewarding is by doing that in the evenings, 5-6 p.m. my time. It's very late night for the majority of my audience in the US, but a lot of viewers in Australia, a lot of viewers in Europe who are just waking up, who I've never had the opportunity to communicate with, have been jumping into chats saying that they've been watching my channel for years. Every time I've been
watching one, you get viewers saying exactly that. Oh my God, he's streaming now?
Oh, I didn't know you do live streams now and stuff like that. So it's been a nice way to engage with a part of my audience that I haven't been able to. So yeah, it's been extremely rewarding. I don't know if I'm going to have very much time for to be able to do like 3 Skyrim streams now that I'm working on like my Warhammer 40k series. I'm aiming to have like one 40 to 50 maybe hour video released every week over the next 20 weeks, in addition to my usual weekly movie review and movie nights with Niyat. So I've got a lot on my plate, and plus I'm trying to finalize and publish my novel, so it's going to be wild over the next 6 months.
Well, speaking of that, final question before we go into another piece of news that I cannot wait to share with you. When you obviously you're a film fan, your whole channel revolves around films, comics, they're explained. Do you always go into a film expecting to make a video on it? Do you still watch certain theatrical releases just for fun with no intent for content? Or how do you figure out which ones you will and won't make videos on?
I have such little time these days that when it comes to film, I'll only watch 2 films or 3 films in a week. I don't know if that's a lot, but I used to watch like 10 movies a week when I started my channel. I used to just immerse myself in multiple filmographies and just the universes that I loved being a part of, right? So, but now I only watch 2 to 3, and those 2 to 3 tend to be the ones that I'm going to be covering. So I have like a calendar.
Let's use The Gorge as an example. Did you go into The Gorge expecting to make a video on it, or were you just like, hey, everyone's saying this movie's good, I want to watch it, and then you were like, oh, I have to do a video on this?
No, I absolutely went into that knowing that I was going to be reviewing it, because leading up to it, I heard from, I think, ABF said that he loved it. Gooch said that he loved it. Badger said that
he loved it. Everyone fucking loves it. It's wild.
Well, actually, there's a few people that didn't love it. I'm pretty sure the critical drinker didn't like it either. So I was like, oh, this is perplexing. Where am I going to sit? And so I watched it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was the best film adaptation to a game we never had. You know what I mean? Like, I had a really great time. I also liked the characters, and it was just right up my alley. I love that type of horror. Like, yeah. So I had a great time, but I went into that knowing that I was going to be covering it. It's the same thing with Mickey 17. That came out yesterday, I think.
If you've seen it, don't spoil a damn thing, because I've been looking forward to this movie for so long. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm going to be watching it this weekend.
Right.
With the
You said you
intent
were
of
going to
covering
go
that
on
next week.
Sunday or Monday to see it. That's right. I remember now.
Yeah.
Real quick, timescales. I want to address this comment since you said you're leaving chat. I don't know if you're leaving the stream or whatnot. Well, it says right here, so I don't listen with headphones. Anyway, I had seen you in the chat earlier talking about wanting to interview me and things to that effect, and that I've got your contact info. Just for anyone listening, unless I have a very good working relationship with you and we're actually friends or whatnot, we shoot together all the time, I don't ask to be on shows. I don't like inviting myself into other people's homes. To me, it's just bad form, bad decorum. If you do want me on, send me a DM. Happy to, but I will never invite myself to a stream unless it's a buddy stream. Like, yo, motherfucker, get me on this, bitch. Come on now. I think you're great. I appreciate you in the chat. I loved when I had you on the show, but we just don't have a working relationship enough for me to want to come to you and ask me on your show. I just think that's bad decorum. But just know that I am open. Just hit me up, send me a DM. Enjoy your evening, brother. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate all the kind words you've said thus far. Sorry, continue. I wanted to get that out before he bounced. My bad. Sorry, Niyat. Continue.
No, not at all. I was just saying, like, I have a calendar with all the upcoming movie releases. And so I'll time my video breakdowns and reviews 3-4 days after they come out. So my entire calendar is pretty much plotted out for the next 2-3 months. And that also includes all the lore videos and extra content that I'm going to be doing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep up.
You do have the benefits of a classical education. You are far better at this than I am. All right, we're going to move this into a different realm for a moment here. Before we do that, I want to hit a few of the gifties that came in afterwards. Cinevere, thank you so much, girlie. You didn't need to. Again, you're part of the damn show, but thank you so much. You need a t-shirt in your shop that says Thomas the Train with Hondo and a conductor outfit. You can wear it as a tier goal. We can absolutely get Hondo a conductor outfit, but I refuse to endorse anybody that says Thomas the Train. It is Thomas the Tank Engine. Imagine calling Spider-Man Spider Dude and thinking it was no. IP has a fucking name for a reason. It's one of my biggest goddamn pet peeves. And then we have the big ship, my man with a plan. Thank you so much, brother. You didn't need to. Another Aussie up in this bitch for a 5-banger says this is for Niyat being from the best real country in the world. He is from I would say top 5. Like obviously everyone knows America #1, but yeah, Australia I would say is probably top 5. Would you agree with that?
Australia's #1. Thank you very much. The US second. Canada is like
all right. I'll
20th
take that.
or
I
30th.
suppose you know what? You've got so many classy opinions. That's fair. Continue.
Shout out to Big Ship though. He's a freaking legend. He's one of the few people in our community from Australia that is an absolute Chad. Appreciate you, Big Ship.
Oh, dude. Opinions on anime aside, yeah, Big Ship is a straight up pillar of the community at this point, and we love him to fucking death. And I don't know where we'd be without him. That said, y'all deserve a clip. And before I give you a clip, it looks like Cindy came in with another 2-banger. Spider Dude is even better. You know what? Since Spider-Man has been brought up a couple of times now, we'll use the clip that I stole from Niyat here.
Find Peter Parker.
Who the hell are you?
And then in the last second, while that was playing, Mav Fair came in and became a member all on their own. Mav, thank you so much. You didn't need to, but you did. Bingo, bango, bongo means the absolute wild to me. Bingo, bango, bongo. Again, a statement I actually stole from a Spider-Man game. Spider-Man has influenced a lot in life. So yes, thank you so much, Mav. Truly means the world to me. Let's get into this. This is we were talking about this backstage for Gooch's show, and you said you hadn't seen this. The canceled Powerpuff Girls live action trailer. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. It's 3.5 minutes of fucking cringe, but I need. Did you watch the Powerpuff Girls growing up at all? Was that part of your nostalgia?
No, I have 2 younger sisters, and they love the Powerpuff Girls. So I was a.
So you're at least familiar enough with the IP then.
Yeah, adjacent viewer. Like it was on, and I'd be like, okay, yeah, this is fine, I guess.
Alrighty, well. Boy, howdy, can't wait to hear your thoughts on this. If at any point you want me to pause, just say the word.
Pause.
Once upon a
I'm just kidding. Keep going.
I thought you were immediately about to be like, they race swapped the professor. Yes, they did.
Cringe.
Again, even the CW opted not to move forward with this show because it was originally going to be a CW show. We shall continue.
The absolute horror.
Oh, it gets bad. I can't wait to hear your classical knowledge based on this.
I thought this was a
Let's
parody.
hear it, buddy. Let's hear it. Go off. Let's hear it.
I thought this was was a Saturday Night Live skit because it sort of
no. This is
like
a
that.
real show that just didn't make it to airing.
Jesus.
This is
just horrible. Like, I mean, I don't know too much about the Powerpuff Girls in terms of lore and the characters. I know that there are 3 girls that have some sort of powers, but I don't know anything beyond that. But this is shit. My God.
Oh, it gets better, buddy. It gets better. What are your thoughts so far, buddy?
I'm in pain. I'm in so much tremendous pain. Somebody help me. Somebody help me.
This is... I feel like this is... And we're going to cut it here. We're not going to... Unless you want to see the rest, we can cut it here.
I mean, if the audience wants us to continue, I'll begrudgingly allow it.
We'll do a quick couple-minute poll while I discuss a couple of things with you real quick. Let's see. Because at this point, this stream is probably going to get blocked for using this because they've taken this trailer offline for the vast majority of places. Chat, it's up to you. Why ask Niyat a couple questions? Now, as someone who analyzes film, especially a lot of adaptations of source material, this is hopefully the tail end of a trend we've been seeing of taking popular children's IPs and edging them up. First of all, is there any merit to this trend?
No, I mean, it's just like the video game adaptations. It's just a cash grab. finding a beloved IP that has an audience or had an audience at some point and wanting to milk that for all they can. And that's what this appears to be. And I mean, this next year and the year after, we're in for some doozy of films. Like we've just got, I don't know if you've seen the list of films that are going to be released. It's just sequel.
Oh, dude, 2025 looks like shit for like 70 to 80% of the yearly release. Yeah.
Yeah, the majority of the stuff coming out is going to be either a sequel or a remake or a prequel. Like originality is dead. And a lot of that has to do with Hollywood not having any balls, in addition to not having any new ideas, right? And the budgets for these films and TV shows have become extremely bloated. They don't know how to spend their money.
Is obviously. This looks like it was made for like $7.
Well, to be fair, this is a CW show, right? And most of them look pretty shitty, with the exception of that Superman show.
Superman Lois, yeah.
Superman and Lois, which is quite good. But the budgets have gotten so bloated that they're afraid to take risks. If they're spending $150 to $200 million on a film, they want to make sure that they make their money back. And they think the best way to do that is, instead of writing new stories and new characters, it's by doing sequels to things that have made money in the past. It just goes to show that Hollywood is creatively bankrupt at this point in time.
So you mentioned 2025, I agree, looks like shit with hopefully a few bright spots, hopefully Mickey 17 being a bright spot, things like that. But this, aside from the like big budget tentpole like Marvel and Disney stuff, would you agree that 2023 and 2024 were starting to seem like a return to form with things like Oppenheimer and Nosferatu and Godzilla minus one, like things that seem like real film? And that's how I felt over the last couple of years, but maybe you don't.
I don't think it's a return to form. With Godzilla minus one, that was a beloved adaptation, reimagining of a Toho icon, Godzilla, right? Japanese have been doing Godzilla for decades, since the US nuked them, you know what I mean? Like, Godzilla revolves around their fears and frustrations of the atomic bomb, you know what I mean? Like, Godzilla is a product of that. And
you're talking a massive Godzilla fan, so yes, I'm very aware.
And so that's where Godzilla minus one sits. It's not a return to form. And then when you look at Oppenheimer and Nosferatu, that's made by two pretty amazing directors, Christopher Nolan and Robert Eggers, who have been able to skirt the Hollywood system and be able to make films that they enjoy. When it comes to Christopher Nolan, his wife is a producer in all of his films, right? Generally, he writes it with his brother, or his brother will write his film, and his wife will bankroll the project.
I didn't know that about Nolan. No, you're saying Nolan's brother helps him write most of his films?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, like, The Dark Knight was written by his brother. And when it comes to the production of the film, his wife will bankroll it. So he has a lot more creative freedom to the types of projects that he's able to do. And he's been able to do that purely because of the success that he's had. Like, when he started off, he was doing films for Warner Brothers that he didn't really want to do. Like, I think he did Insomnia, and he wasn't a big
Stephen King, or is it unrelated?
I think it's a Stephen King film. It's got like Al Pacino.
It's one of his best books. I didn't know there was a movie of Insomnia.
Yeah, that was like late 90s. He did the black and white, not black and white film. It had aspects in black and white. Memento, which is a passion project.
Yes, Memento's good. I like Memento.
That's a brilliant film. Carrie-Anne Moss, Guy Pearce. But he was sort of just straddling the line, doing whatever it was Warner Brothers did, so he could get the leg up to be able to make movies that made a lot of money so that he'd have creative control to do whatever he wanted. And that's why we get films like Oppenheimer, why we get films like Tenet. When it comes to Robert Eggers, he's an independent filmmaker that's now coming into the limelight.
That stumbled into being a big budget film. Because I've said the same thing as you. I feel like he accidentally became big budget.
Yeah. I mean, his best film, or one of his best films for me, is The Witch. I don't know if you've seen that.
It's the only film by him I haven't seen, and everyone says it's his best. I'm in the camp of Lighthouse is his best, but I need to watch The Witch. This is the only Eggers film I've never seen.
I love period pieces. I have a soft spot for them. And Anya Taylor-Joy, Ralph Ineson, and I forget who his wife is in that. But it's a phenomenal self-contained story about a family living I think in the 1800s. It has supernatural elements. You and I have to watch that movie together. It is absolutely phenomenal.
I would love Time and Place, because that sounds. I also love period pieces. And that sounds right up my alley, especially as a fan of Eggers' work in general.
So when you highlight Godzilla -1, Oppenheimer, and Nosferatu, that's not a return to form. That's three different filmmakers and studios that have their own sort of niche, their own carved space, and the freedom to be able to do whatever film that they want to do, right?
Okay, what if I was to say then Longlegs, Barbie, and the Devil, not Devil All the Time, Interview with the Devil.
So, sorry, could you repeat the question? I was looking at the comments.
You said those three that my initial three wanted to return to form. So what if I say films, Longlegs, Barbie, and Interview with the Devil?
You mean Late Night with the Devil?
Yeah, not Interview with the Devil, Late Night with the Devil. Thank you, my bad.
So Late Night with the Devil, and I'm not too sure about Barbie, because that was sort of like a weird cultural phenomenon moment, that and Oppenheimer. Late Night with the Devil is an independent film, right? So it's not really mainstream. A lot of that was actually shot in Australia. I'm actually friends with the guy who plays you've seen it, right? You know, the psychic.
Oh, it's one of the best movies of 2024, in my opinion.
Agreed. You know, the psychic that dies, like he has a brain aneurysm.
Yeah. The older the dude who looks like a off-brand Paul Giamatti.
Yeah. I'm actually friends with that guy.
Really? Is he an Australian actor?
He's an Aussie actor. Most of the cast
his
were Australian.
Was great then. I had no idea.
They're all brilliant. But a lot of the films that you're mentioning, essentially, with the exception of Barbie, are independent films. So we're definitely seeing a return to form with independent films. And that's simply because their budgets are so low that directors can sort of have their own autonomy. They can direct the film as they want, cast whoever they want, pick the projects that they want, and quite often edit the films themselves or to their liking with an editor. The problem with blockbuster films is there's just so much studio meddling. When, like, we've seen this with Captain Falcon, Brave New World. They went through so many reshoots and pickups because they had no trust in the director. And they had no trust in the director because he didn't have that much experience under his belt, and the film was shit in the end, right? So we're going to see a return to form with independent films, and that sort of makes sense because the cost of production has depreciated. You can make a beautiful movie with a really limited budget using limited equipment. So I don't know if you saw that. That is it. Gareth Edwards. What was that film that he did last year? That's massive sci-fi epic. Was it last year? Or the year before?
The Creator.
The Creator, yeah.
The Creator is the definition of I can see the vision but wasted potential. Yeah.
There's a lot of technical ingenuity when it came to how he shot that film. He was able to, because if that was made by Hollywood, that would have been like a $400 million project because of how it looked.
It was like,
you know what I mean?
90 million or 120 million?
Something like it was. Yeah, it didn't make its money back, unfortunately, because it isn't a very good film. But I could see the vision. The style was really good. The cinematography was amazing. But the point that I was making was he shot that on I think Sony Red, and that's a $10,000 camera, as opposed to like using a camera that costs $1 million or $2 million that you'd have to rent out over the production of like 2-3 months.
80 million, not 90 million. Thank you, Big Shit. Appreciate the correction. Sorry, continue.
So when movies cost less, you're going to see a lot more independent films. The issue always comes down to distribution, right?
And okay, before you go on, I actually, since you bring that up, I wanted to highlight this comment from ABF. Indie theaters basically don't exist in the US anymore. I don't know that this is, by the way, this very well might be true. The reason I'm saying I don't know is because I literally don't know. I happen to be blessed to live in a part of the country that we both have a thriving indie theater and a thriving drive-in. And so I see a lot of my films at this indie theater. I don't want to give away the name of it because it'll reveal where I am, like pinpoint, as well as at the drive-in. And so it's one of those things that people state these sort of potential facts. And I was like, wow, I guess I'm really lucky to live in a location where I can. However, that being said, Late Night with the Devil, like you said, is an indie film. So is Longlegs, but both of those were distributed in a way where they got wide release. And I ended up seeing both of those at an Alamo Draft House, as opposed to those types of films I would have gone to the indie theater for 4 years ago.
Yeah, but you don't know how hard those directors have to fight to get those films to have a wider distribution. Do you know what I mean? Like when you have films like Sonic 3 being bullied by Mufasa and Disney, if they can't survive or if they're struggling to compete, how do you think the independent films are doing? So yeah, those kind of things are few and far between. But I do think there's a light at the end of the tunnel. The past 10 years has shown that there isn't really an audience for poor storytelling, poor characters, and slop in films, right? And I do think we're going to see a rise in independent films. I partially agree with ABF. Independent theaters aren't as widespread as they used to be, but there's a lot of independent theaters around me. Like you, I might be quite fortunate in that, but if I want to see a non-Hollywood blockbuster movie, I can just go to an independent theater and see, independent movies made by filmmakers that will struggle to get widespread distribution for their movies.
Well, the poll is in with a pretty sizable 62%. Yes, let's finish this trailer out. So strap in, the youngins. That'll be this trailer, and then I'll have one or two more quick round questions for Niyat.
God. The cartoon, sorry, I'm eating. They completely whitewashed you. Like, what the fuck? Aren't the three characters in the cartoon like supposed to be white?
They are white. They were created as white. They were created by, I believe, maybe it wasn't Genndy Tartakovsky, but he did have a hand in them. It was created by the same guy that did Dexter's Lab. Yes, this show is basically treating the cartoon as non-canon, and this show exists in the same real world that we exist in the cartoon, which is that a cartoon.
The hubris, the disrespect, the fucking level of arrogance to adapt a show and treat it in this regard. Like, my God, go fuck yourself.
Beautiful. Let's go. Who needed an ICP reference in Powerpuff Girls?
I don't know who needed this live action adaptation of Powerpuff Girls.
You know what? Fair enough. That was a stupid question on my part. Outfits there for some pro LGBT scenes.
You know it is. Come on. With one of the characters saying, "I'm not wearing a dress because it's heteronormative." You know what they're doing.
By the way, I will pose this question to you. I said the same thing on the Dooley's show when we were going over this trailer. Then, that's kind of some mixed messaging, because if things are supposed to be progressive and woke and XYZ, then men wearing dresses is not heteronormative. They're trying to normalize that. Or does wearing a dress heteronormative? That means, do you see the disconnect in the two messages?
Yes.
Either wearing a dress is a good thing because everyone should do it, or it's only a woman thing. That's a bad line. No, for either side of the aisle.
Agreed.
Thank you, Sebrew. I appreciate that. Leona has been retired. That said, we are now dressing up Hondo. I have his jeans right here. We gotta hit tier 2. Say, to give this show a modicum of credit, they got the house from the cartoon in live action almost perfect.
Yeah, but that's basic, right? You gotta get something right. Like getting, oh look, they got the colors of the Powerpuff Girls, right? Well, no shit. Like, it's not the Powerpuff Girls without it. This just all looks so super cheap to me. I don't know what the budget is, but like even the news reporter, like the room that he's in, I don't know who staged this, who blocked this, who greenlit this project.
I want to hear. Oh, this is great. We're almost done, guys. 29 seconds left.
Kids show or film.
No, but this isn't for kids. This was made for those of us that grew up with Powerpuff Girls. That's why it's not called Powerpuff Girls anymore. It was just called Powerpuff. It is like, oh, we've aged up with our audience, as if like the way J.K. Rowling did it back in the day.
I don't like it. That was painful, Leon. I didn't agree to this.
Well, no worries. There will be no more cringe as the night goes on. That was all around X. So again, this trailer is for a film that or a show that never actually made it to the CW. Even the CW was like, nah, fam. And so they pulled the plug on it. This trailer resurfaced, and it had X has been pulling it for copyright purposes. Frankly, I probably have to edit out this part of the stream because of that. But by God, was it worth it? And what the fuck? ABF being an absolute mad lad. Thank you so much, homie. I do not deserve this whatsoever. However, it gives me a chance to play the ABF clip, which I'd love to do. Why don't chickens wear pants? Because they're peckers on their face.
ABF.
How do you feel about this joke? He is amused. ABF, thank you so much, dude. You truly did not need to. I absolutely appreciate it. Which did cross us in tier 2, which means Hondo has to wear an outfit. He's not gonna like this. Also, Eric Chicken says, "Goddamn monkeys, always monkeys." Hopefully, as a black man, that is in reference to Mojo Jojo, or you're embracing your inner Frieza. But yes, again, thank both of you so much. It is truly appreciated. This is for you.
I will hunt you down, and the last thing you see will be my blade. Darn.
Love that clip. A lot of hard work went into making such a shit fucking clip. I need to get one of you guys editing, guys, because I'm bad at this. All right. With 15 minutes left, we're gonna go through a bit of a lightning round. I like to do these little top fives when the guest I think is actually cultured enough and well read enough to be able to answer them. So first, obviously the name Film Comic Explained. You're a comic book fan. We haven't talked much about comics tonight. In fact, people don't talk about comics much nowadays at all because they're dead. But how long have you been reading comics, and what are your top 5 favorite comics?
That's a good question. So I started reading comics when I was like 8. I had a cousin who like had a massive collection of comic books, right? And he'd come over like once a month, and we'd all like, my dad would make a barbecue, and we'd just chill, reading comics, watching movies. And
what did you put on that barbecue, Aussie?
Steaks and lamb. Do you guys have lamb in?
Dude, I love lamb. Lamb is a bit of a delicacy here, at least in my part of the U.S. But I fucking love it. Anytime I make kebabs, lamb is a go-to.
Yeah, so that's pretty much how I got exposed, as it were, to comic books. I obviously didn't have the money to be able to buy them until I was in my early 20s. But as for my favorite comics, up there would have to be All-Star Superman.
Oh, All-Star Superman's a good Superman run.
I think it's freaking phenomenal. I don't know, in that comic, I just feel like Superman exemplified everything that made him special, unique, and another one would probably have to be
real quick. You were talking about, I believe it was on the stream we were doing right before this, on Gooch's stream, that writers have a problem writing around Superman's lack of weaknesses, and also Superman really exemplifies how you can do that and maintain humanity and keep this all-powerful human. It's very, very good in terms of writing a God-style character.
Agreed. I mean, yeah, I was saying, I think in Gooch's stream that, and this was within the context of discussing Mina, who's a character in Kaiju number 8. If you guys haven't seen it, she's just all-powerful, and she doesn't have a weakness. And I was arguing that she's quite a boring character, and I was likening her to Superman and how the writers of Superman found it difficult in the 40s, 50s, writing a good Superman story.
Even in the 90s with the Superman, the animated series show, where it takes place the same universe as Batman, they had to power him down to make him a threat, or exactly. to make the other threats threatening. I mean,
and so, which is why they introduced kryptonite, some level of weakness. Although I'd argue that Superman's weakness is his love for humanity, and that can always be exposed whether or not there is kryptonite. So that would probably be right up there. The Dark Knight by, I think, Frank Miller, or The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, Dark Knight Returns is Frank Miller. Dark Knight, I'm not sure if there was a line called The Dark Knight.
It was The Dark Knight Returns.
Dark Knight Returns, yeah, Frank Miller is a great run.
Old, gritty Batman dealing with insane gangs roaming around Gotham. He's tired of this shit, and he just wants to beat these guys to a fucking pulp. And I also really appreciated. I know people are torn on this, but the Killing Joke I thought was
I
superb.
feel like people are only torn on the film, and most people universally love the comic. I love the comic. And I'm not a Batman fan. You and I've talked about this. In terms of the character of Batman, I fucking love the Killing Joke.
Watchmen would have to be up there in my top 5 as well. Actually thought that Snyder did a pretty decent job with the film. It's one of the few films of his that I like. But then, to be fair, he was just copying the comic book panel by panel, right? Except for the ending.
Okay, so interesting question then, as somebody who reviews film and whatnot, do you, when it comes to adaptations of source material, do you think it should be done as 1-to-1 as possible?
It's hard to say, because whenever films derail or like veer too far away from the source material, they end up being quite shit. I think that there needs to be a level of respect to the source material, and so long as the spirit of the original comic or novel is kept intact, I don't mind so much if the director, first, if they're competent enough, play a little bit fast and loose with the story and characters, but the essence and spirit of the characters need to be there for them to be able to do that. I'm also a huge fan of one of the earlier comics that I read was V for Vendetta by Alan Moore.
Yes, back when Alan Moore was talented.
Back when he was talented, indeed. Not sure if that's 4 or 5, but I'll throw in another one in there because.
Give us a that was 5. But by all means, give us a honorable mention.
Honorable mention would have to be Alien by Mark Verheiden. That was
here it is. I expected a lot of Alien and/or Predator based on my previous streams with you, so I'm surprised it took this long. Yeah, give it to us.
I mean, the Alien and Predator comics are phenomenal, but they're only, I think, brilliant in terms of when you look at them from an omnibus perspective. Individual stories aren't so great, but the overarching narrative and arc is superb. I love the first, I think it was Earth War that he did, which was basically a sequel to Aliens. So it discounted Alien 3. So Hicks and Newt aren't dead. They're alive. They're major characters. And it basically tells the story of a mad military general wanting to use the xenomorphs. And so he's like breeding them. Ripley discovers that this is happening. She also encounters like the engineers who in the comic are actual space jockeys. They're exactly as they were in the original Alien film. They're not the weird engineers that we see in the Ridley Scott films. She has this telepathic connection with them and is told the history of the xenomorphs and how they nearly decimated the space jockeys. Long story short, the xenomorphs are let loose on Earth. And there's this weird cult that's worshipping them, trying to bring the end of humanity to serve the xenomorph masters. But Ripley comes back to try and save.
We're going to get that in the upcoming show.
I don't know, because that show is supposed to be like a prequel to the first Alien movie. So I don't think that they could have a massive alien outbreak. Maybe like 1 or 2 aliens that get killed potentially. I don't have too much hope for that. But yeah, that'll probably be like my top 5, top 6 comics.
Well, real quick, ABF coming in with another 50 banger. By all means, also, thank you so much. Dax and R brought it up. I'll get to that moment. Says this is for Big Ship. What did the whale say after eating a ship? I can't believe I ate the whole thing.
ABF is the king of dad jokes. I love it.
ABF, we don't deserve you. Holy shit, you have some mad. We played this clip already. But we'll play it again since you came here.
Who is this guy?
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
Dude, I'm standing right here.
ABF, thank you so much. You didn't need to, but you did. Bingo, bango, bongo. I love dad jokes. I'm a fan of dad jokes. Niyat, how does a cow drive?
How?
Steers.
Oh my God, Leon. Quit while you're ahead.
Next. Go on. I'm sorry. What?
I said quit while you're ahead.
Thank you so much, guys. We want to hit tier 3, which is the bonus Sunday stream. It will take like 14 bucks, grifting out the just final grip for the night. 14 away from a tier 3, and then Pictures, I'll fight you. AVF laughing. Thank you guys for the support. So you've been a gamer for a while. You've been doing the gameplay streams, but obviously you love video games. You love the artistry of video games, I assume. What was your first console? And then another top 5. What is your top 5 all-time video games? We all know number 1, but give us some others. And what was your first console?
God damn it. First console was Super Nintendo.
Based.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun playing Super Mario, Donkey Kong, Yoshi. I think it was Yoshi's Adventure and a few others.
Yoshi's Island.
Yoshi's Island, yeah, dude.
I love
so much fun with that. But my top 5 video games of all time would have to be GoldenEye on Nintendo 64, Skyrim. I'm just going to say the BioShock series because I feel like all 3 of them.
Then before you go further, there's been a rumblings for a while of either a BioShock film and or series in the works. Do you think what do you think of that in general? Because I'm right there with you. I'm a massive BioShock fan.
As fun as the games are, there's also a lot of deep philosophical discussions happening there. Like the writers were
very Ayn Rand.
Very exactly. Like the stories, especially of the first 2 games, were focused around her works, right? So I don't think that we have the caliber of writers now to be able to tackle such weighty topics as that and do a competent job. So if they are going to be doing like a film or a TV show adaptation, I don't think it's going to be very good. I'd much prefer that they do a BioShock 4 game.
Which we're getting a spiritual successor to BioShock in the very near future. In fact, I believe our good buddy Lil Platoon has helped write it, if I recall.
Ooh.
Are you unaware of this? Oh, I'll send you
I knew he was working on something, on a game, and he was like writing the dialogue and story for it, but I wasn't aware that it was like a successor to BioShock.
It's from the folks that made BioShock. It's not a BioShock game. That's why it's being called the spiritual successor, and it's in the same vein gameplay wise. So yeah, I'll send you the trailer of the game later. It's really it looks fantastic. But sorry, continue. You go ahead and go on with the additional games.
Halo. I love Halo 2, but like I don't know, I had so much fun playing Halo 3 online with my friends growing up. Like,
was there in Australia? Because when Halo 3 launched in America, it was effectively a cultural revolution. I knew kids that their parents let them skip school to play the game because they were all at midnight releases. Like, it was a phenomenon in the US. Was it the same in Australia when it launched?
For Halo 1, 2, or 3? For Halo 3. Halo 3 took up like 6 months of our like high school years. Like, we'd spend every evening after school going to one of our houses. We'd put 2 TVs together, do the split screen. We either play online because you only needed one person that had an account, and you could have like 3 guests joining them for the multiplayer. We'd either do that or just create our own levels and just have fun. Like, so Halo 3 for me is probably like, it means more to me. Although I think Halo 2 is a better game.
From a writing perspective, what do you think is the best Halo game in terms of the story?
The first one. I mean, it's sort of
really?
Like I hadn't seen anything quite like it before in terms of story-driven narratives, and I felt like I was a Spartan when I was playing that game for the first time. So. And I don't know, like when it came to story, like we sort of got a little bit of law of diminishing returns as we got to 2 and 3. Not to say that they're bad. I think they're phenomenal. No,
I agree with you. I was actually, first of all, Angry Canadian says Halo Combat evolved over Halo 2. Story wise, I actually would agree with this, but in terms of multiplayer, I'd say Halo 2 is the edge. But I actually expected Reach to be the answer.
No. And Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, I think, 3? Was it 3?
Great game. Do you have your eyes on the remake that's about to drop?
No. Is that going to be any good?
So Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 is among my top, if not 5, at least 10 favorite games of all time. And they recently, within the last few years, did a Tony Hawk's 1 and 2 remake where they put the first 2 games together in one giant remake. And it was a phenomenal remake. It was one of the best remakes I've ever played. They're doing the same thing with 3 and 4, and it drops really soon. So as long as the care put into the game is on the same level as the 1 and 2 remake, I'm all in.
It actually might have been Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. It was so long ago, but are they going to keep the same soundtracks? Because that was part of what made the game so much fun.
With the 1 and 2 remake, there was like 2 or 3 songs they couldn't get the license to, but other than that, all the soundtrack was there, minus just a couple. And the same seems to be true with 3 and 4. The vast majority of the soundtrack is there. If there are songs cut, I haven't noticed them, and if they are, it's going to be minimal because of licensing stuff. Because that's one of the big touting. It's one of the things they're touting in the trailers, like the soundtrack's back, baby, because that's such a large part of those games.
Agreed. And are the first 2 remakes available on Steam or console?
Both.
Both. Okay.
Nope, you can pre-order on Steam. You can get it on console. Yeah, man, the 1 and 2 remake were the 2 was the one where you could play as Spider-Man if you beat the game in a certain fashion. That was cut from the remake because of licensing issues, now being Disney and all that. But they made up for it by having other sort of special playable characters. But hey, Gord King, how you doing, bro? Now we got someone in here that can go toe-to-toe with ABF for the dad jokes. But yeah, it's looking great. I don't really know how much time you have to play games or how often you buy new games nowadays anymore because you were such a busy individual. So
I don't have that much time to play new games, to be honest. I could probably... I mean, I was really pushing it with the Skyrim streams. Like, I was doing way too many of them. I could probably only do 1 per week at most going forward with everything on my plate. And I'm going to have to keep it to like 3 hours, I think, at most. But like,
I mean, 3 hours a week in terms... If you're getting, because you're not playing Skyrim in any special or particular way. You're just playing it and you're having to stream it to your audience. No different than if you were playing it by yourself. So, I mean, I think 3 hours a week in terms of streams and whatnot, that's a good balance.
I think it is, yeah. And I guess the final game would probably have to be... It's hard to treat these individually, but Mass Effect 2.
I'll be playing through that series for the first... I played the first one, but never any others. The trilogy got gifted to me, and I'll be playing through all 3 sometime in the near future because I've heard they're masterpieces, but I've only played the first one.
What are your favorite games of all time?
Well, my all-time favorite is Sonic Adventure, but after that, much like you with Mass Effect, I cannot pick a single Resident Evil game. I can narrow it down to 2, either the original or really the remake of the original that came out in 2002 and 4. I think those are both just masterpiece games. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. So yeah, I guess it would be top 5. Spyro 2 and Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
Nice.
And with that, we're at the 2-hour mark. We did hit tier 1. There is still time to hit tier 3 since we're extending the show. We're going to extend the show by an hour, bring on those that have donated. Niyat, you are free to stay. We've got additional topics, or if you've been here long enough and you got real life shit to do and you need to bounce, that's also a-okay. Just let me know while I go ahead and start sending out links. Cinevid will be coming on. ABF, you are 100% welcome on. If you need me to send you a link, if you want to talk gaming and stuff like that. Zach said he went to bed. New Mav Fair, you became a member, so I will happily bring you on. Suns and Shadows, Lucy Lemonbug, and Blair to Blair, because I know Mox and Boosh, and I know that Moxie's already probably in bed doing other stuff. So that will be the list for tonight's guests. Let me know in the chat if you want to come on. 2 of you I already know, and I'm sending the invites now. And then, Niyat, I'll leave it up to you as to what you want to do from there.
Yeah, I can stay for a little bit longer. I don't know if I can make the full hour, but I'll do my best.
That's fine. No, you can bounce whenever you're ready. We'll give you your out. Lucy Lemonbud, just so you know, it shows you're still active in Discord. Bitch, you better be hopping on this one. You've been supposed to come on for the last month now. Cinny, sending you the link right now. Daxonar, sending you the link right now. Actually, Dax, there's something I need to talk to you about anyway. All right, sending you the link. And then those in the chat, ABF Fraud. Hey, there you go, dude. You did not need to do this, but guess that means the Sunday stream's happening. Head to bed, but here's a parting gift. Can't think of any boat puns. Can you?
My God.
I thought he was being serious for a moment there, and then he comes in with a joke of Titanic proportions.
Love to see it.
You know what? I'll give you this clip as a parting gift. This is probably how Hondo feels right now wearing this outfit. ABF, thank you so much. So, yep, guys, a Sunday stream has been achieved. This will be the very first time we do that due to a tier goal. So, ABF, thank you so much. And Big Ship is glad you're fucking leaving. Dax, my friend, my man, best mod in the whole damn land. Tell the people who you are and what you do.
Hello, everybody, to the surprise Thursday stream of Neon Leon ? And man, it's been a banger so far. Thanks so much, ABF, all the donos, Cinevere. You all know who you are. And it's nice to meet you, Niyat.
Nice to meet you too, Dax.
Dex, your mic might be a bit high because I'm hearing some breathing and whatnot, but that's okay.
I got you.
But yeah, no, I needed to ask without spoilers, Dex, without spoilers. While we're waiting on other folks to join, did you like, dislike, and give us a rating for Dragon Ball Daima?
Well, I have an embarrassing confession. I need to finish the last 2 episodes tonight after we're done. But
the last 2 are literally the best 2. What the fuck are you doing?
I know. Everyone says it, but since we're doing spoiler free, it's all good, right? I'll give you my overall thoughts right now.
Yes, and if you finish it tonight, I would love to have you on the review show tomorrow.
That's the plan. Okay. Basically, I think it's probably the best thing that's...
Oh, shit, Big Ship. Sorry, you're right. I skipped over you by accident. Yes, you are welcome on. If you want me to send you the link, I'm sorry. There's a lot of super chats that came in. I'll send you the link right now. Sorry, continue, Dax.
You're good. Hello, Cindy.
Fuck, your mic again, Dax. Anyway, continue.
Oh, is it really that bad? Okay.
Yeah, it's that bad. But so yeah, give us your spoiler-free thoughts real quick, and then just mute, and then just unmute when you go to speak.
Daima's pretty good. Let me figure my mic out. Thanks. No.
Yeah. Throw yourself on mute. Figure out your mic, and in the interim, we will introduce Cinevere. Pete Gurley, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Hi, how are all you cuties doing? I'm still a little bit sick, but I hope you guys will, pardon me for that.
Sick or not, you've been killing it. You've been doing fantastic. Your videos are getting views. You're growing in terms of subs and whatnot. How do you feel?
I am so thrilled. I actually, one of my viewers actually called me their Oshi today, so I'm very, very flattered.
You're going to need to explain what that means to people.
Right. So those of you that don't know, usually Oshis are VTubers, and if somebody declares you their Oshi, that means they're a really big and very loyal fan.
And you're doing this when you're so new to it. That's beautiful. You'll love to see it. I can't wait to have you on. We're gonna go ahead and talk about something additional in terms of what's going on in film. I brought this up a little. Actually, I think I brought it up before Gucci's stream. I didn't actually bring it up on Gucci's stream because it was not relevant. I want to give you guys a headline, and I can't wait to hear your thoughts on it. MCU fans hyped as She-Hulk finally makes her return, stating that she's going to be back for Avengers Doomsday. Niyat, I'm sure you got thoughts on this, and Cindy, I would love to hear yours as well as a female misogynist.
I love She-Hulk in the comics. She was hilarious, strong, but a lot of self-deprecating humor. She didn't take herself too seriously. She was just a fun character, and they ruined her with the show. I recently watched The Monkey, and that's the next thing that I'm covering tomorrow, and that features Tatiana Maslany. She's actually a really good actress. I know that I don't like a lot of the
I didn't know
tweets
she was
and
in the
interviews.
Monkey.
Yeah, she plays the mother of the two main characters, and she's fantastic in it. She's only in it for a brief period of time, but she has a great role. She nails it. I think she's a pretty solid actress. But yeah, I hated the TV show and hated her response to the fans, and I'm not looking forward to seeing her in any more MCU products. It's going to be shit.
Now, that being said, do you think that the CGI for her will be better with a bigger budget like an Avengers film? Do you think she'll at least visually look better?
Yeah, if the movie's being done by the Russo brothers, the CGI is going to look fine. I think they'll do a better job than the TV show did. There's a different process of quality control that the Russo brothers have. You know, I don't think they've really made a bad film. Endgame is probably the weakest of the three MCU films that they worked on. Civil War was phenomenal. Avengers. What was the Avengers before the
Infinity War.
that was the best film that they made, I think.
Did you read the Civil War comics yet?
No, but
Okay,
I'm familiar
curious.
with the Civil War because they did two Civil Wars, didn't they? And the second one was pretty
The
shit.
second one sucks, but the original is very good till it shits the bed at the end because Cap was right and they make him wrong. But I was gonna be curious about what you thought of how it works as an adaptation since they did not actually have the license for a lot of the source material. I think Civil War is actually one of the best MCU films in the entire franchise, but that's just me.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the better films in the franchise and the best depiction of Peter Parker for that small section that he's in.
Completely agree. Are there any MCU films? This is a question for all of you. Niyat first as the guest, but then Senavier and Daxnar, feel free to answer yourselves. Are there any films in the entirety of the MCU that you would actually consider like films as opposed to just like popcorn movies, like films that actually go down in the history of being well-made movies and should be recognized by the people who appreciate the art of film as opposed to just being comic book movies?
Okay.
That's a really interesting question. I think that I do know that there's a few problems in it, but I really liked the Winter Soldier, Captain America, because I'm a big fan of political thrillers, and Robert Redford has been in some of my favorite political thrillers, and the fact that he was also in this and played a pretty awesome role. We see Nick Fury at his best, Captain America being an absolute badass. Great depiction of Black Widow. The story was pretty solid. The action scenes were great. All the character work with Steve was phenomenal. And but I thought it was a bad adaptation of the Captain America Hydra comic book storyline. Like they sort of
I didn't know that was the storyline they were trying to adapt because I've said this on other streams. I'm not a big Captain America fan, so I'm far less familiar with his comic book runs.
Well, it's just like they took aspects of it with like Hydra being involved in everything, not to the extent. Well, actually, more so than the extent that they are in the film, because in that they've taken over Shield. But in the Hydra storyline was a bit controversial as well because you find out that Steve was also a part of Hydra, and there's a wink to that in the film when he says when he goes into the elevator and he's like "Hail Hydra." It's like that's a wink to the audience.
That's in Endgame, or that's in Endgame when they do the time loop stuff.
Was it in Endgame?
Yeah, so it. In the original film, he goes in the elevator and he just beats the shit out of everybody and then leaves. And Endgame does that when he goes back in time because it's supposed to show how he's grown and can now use his prior knowledge.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah. The elevator scene, he just goes in and he's like, before we get started, so anybody that wants to leave. And then he just takes them all out. Yeah.
Cindy, Dex. Oh, go for it. What about you? Are there any actual good films in the MCU?
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, like, I feel that Niyat actually picked the one I was thinking of the most, but also Civil War. I really enjoyed everything about it. I don't know. I can't give as a detailed explanation as Niyat can, but I can tell you that since I'm not very big on American media, those two are definitely like pretty high on my list, at least top 10.
Dax, what about you, brother? Because you do consume a lot of American media, or at least you used to.
I do that. Hey, can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, you sound good.
You sound
Okay,
much better.
thank fuck. Okay. So, first of all, Leon, that's a good question, but I find the framing a bit odd because you say, which ones do you think are great? Like films. Do you think being part of the MCU disqualifies you from being a film?
So in most instances, yes. I think the vast majority
Nowadays,
of MCU.
yeah, but
No. Even in phases 1 through 3, a lot of them were relatively well done comic book movies, but they were not artistic masterpieces. I not even masterpieces. A lot of them were not even most MCU films, even in the first 3 phases, are relatively okay to good. Nothing, very few, I should say, are great.
how good do you have to be to be considered a film out of 10? Is it 8 and above, or?
Well, I don't really have a numerical scale because that's kind of subjective, but think about all the movies that we consider films that do stand out to the nerd crowd. Whatnot. Your Raiders of the Lost Ark, your Aliens, your there are movies that speak to a niche nerd crowd that can still be great films outside of that. I think that Logan, The Dark Knight, Spider-Man 2, all of these you can show to a film buff and they will be like, these are objectively good films.
Okay, well, in that regard, it's hard for me to say because as far as which ones I think are the best, yes, Civil War is definitely on that list, but I would highlight Guardians 1 and 2 is easily on Civil War's level in terms of just writing consistency and like characterization. I adore the first 2 Guardians movies, and
I'll give you that.
I'd say, yeah, if I was gonna pick the ones that I'd say are the filmiest, that's what I'd go for, just because.
Yeah, I can kind of enjoy how I'm using film here. I'm using film as an elevated term beyond movie. When people share the gifts that this is cinema, that's what I mean. I'm using film as like the.
That's the thing. I love Dragon Ball Super Broly, but would you consider that cinema? Like, I don't know. Like, that's such a weird qualification. But yes, definitely the Guardians movies for me. Even 3, even though it's definitely the worst.
As far as what I consider Dragon Ball Super Broly cinema, actually, yes. And the reason is almost all from purely technical standpoints. To be a majority hand-drawn film that actually harkens back to the 90s style of animation that was largely forgotten, to the way the choreography is done, to the audio mixing in it is fantastic. It's actually one of the best audio mixed and mastered movies I've seen in half a decade, if not more. The way it is able to integrate the CG, the 3D CG in a way that blends well with the 2D. Okay. It is actually an absurdly well-made movie, regardless of the fact that it's part of an anime franchise.
I would agree with all of that.
So, but yeah, that's just to answer that. Kyle Barra, how you doing? Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. And so this article really just more or less leads into a question I had for Niyat, but this was when I planned on it. This was part of the still the one-on-one section, so I'm down to hear all of your guys' thoughts. How do you, and not how do you, how would you? This is a very individualized question. How would you fix the MCU? How would you save it? Niyat, let's start with you. If you could do, you have unlimited budget and resources, how would you fix the MCU?
In order to create, sometimes one must destroy. The MCU needs to burn. It needs to stop for 5 to 10 years. People need to miss it, and then they need to go back to basics. Start with more grounded storytelling. Like we've reached universal cosmic level threats. That's not how the MCU started. It's not what we had in the original Iron Man. It was Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark. Battling with guilt about what his legacy would end up unless he made a fundamental change in the direction that he wanted to go. And that tied into him being a superhero, but the person he was battling was a father figure of his. It was very grounded storytelling. Sure, I was going to also mention Captain America, the First Avenger, the Incredible Hulk. There's fantastical elements, but it's always grounded. And I think, just basic Earth level concepts that people can grasp, gritty, character-driven stories, and build their way up to an interconnected universe once again.
From a narrative perspective, is there anything like would you say XYZ never happened? Start from the ground up. Would you just acknowledge the past, but just focus on these individualized human stories? Like, what would because this is part of a shared universe, so how would you incorporate that idea into this existing multi-phase shared universe?
Well, they need to do what they do in the comics. Part of the advantage of comic book stories is that there's so many stories with the Incredible Hulk, with Black Panther, with Nick Fury, Captain America, all of these characters. They've gone through multiple arcs. They've shared interconnected universes, but there's always a reset period that happens, right? And I think that's what's needed with the MCU is after they do Secret Wars and I don't know what the other film is, Doomsday or whatever it is, they need to just stop making films for 5 to 10 years and not even acknowledge what's happened in the past. Cast a new Tony Stark, a new Captain America, build from the ground up.
Cinnamir, what about you? Your turn. What would you do to fix the MCU? You might be muted.
I actually had similar thoughts to Niyat. It was just torch it all and then come back in, I don't know, 10 to 15 years and just start all over. There's really no saving this. And no, I wouldn't have any ties to the original. Like, it should have ended at Endgame. And it just needs a new branch, a new story.
Beautiful. Dex?
Okay. I was gone for a second, so I just have to know the context of this She-Hulk face we're looking at. Is this a new thing that she's in, or?
Yeah, it's announced that she's going to be in Doomsday, and so the question is, what would you do if you had the unlimited budget and resources to fix the MCU? Just you.
I would retroactively go back in time and erase She-Hulk, and then maybe it would have a chance.
No.
Let's be real. She-Hulk is not the only bad spot in the MCU.
No,
like, we're talking about fixing the IP as a whole.
But it's my least favorite. And yeah, I mean, definitely it has to die. But when it comes back, like, what's it going to be? And ideally, I would think it would be a system where if you want to make a connected universe, you have a bunch of dudes who are each invested in each of the properties equally. Like, say you had like Bo DeMayo for X-Men or some really hard Batman junkie for not Batman but Cap or somebody, and you just kind of structure it that way where you have a bunch of compartments of characters, and then when you want to cross them over you can, but like focus on building up their own brands first before they start doing any kind of like crossover thing. That should be years down the line.
To Dax and Oz.
Oh yeah, no, go for it. Before
I was going to say to Dax and Oz point, something that that would be important is a comment that someone brought up. Disney needs to no longer be in charge of Marvel. They need to get rid of their hold over that. That's first and foremost. In addition to the previous MCU being eradicated, another thing is something we haven't considered is there a need for interconnected universes? Because I think I'd be quite happy with individual stories about particular superheroes. Like with Matt Reeves' Batman, I don't want to see his Batman interact with Superman, with Green Lantern, with Wonder Woman, with Aquaman. I'm happy to just have three stories with Batman, 3 stories with Captain America, and all the other superheroes. And in time, maybe an interconnected universe, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. You can acknowledge that there are other superheroes, but we don't need to see them.
Well, it's funny you say that. And after this comment, Boosh, I'll ask you the same thing. But when we were kids or when we were younger or whatnot, depending on everybody's age here, Spider-Man and the X-Men both came out roughly around the same time, about 12 months different, give or take. Because I was a comic book nerd and because I was a kid, I knew that all these characters existed within the same universe, the Marvel universe. I was always under the headcanon that the X-Men and Spider-Man movies existed in the same universe because I didn't understand studios and licensing and things like that. To me, Spider-Man took place in the same universe as X-Men when it came to those movies. Like that very well. There's nothing canonically inhibiting the two from existing in the same universe. I just, again, didn't know anything about licensing and whatnot. And so you could technically do the same thing in the modern day, because you don't, a name drop here or there, maybe if it fits the story. But yeah, I actually don't see the reason to have these crossovers until you've got, not even until, if you've got well laid out interpersonal character driven stories.
100%.
I like that pun there.
Thank
Boosh, what about you? How would you fix the MCU?
It can't be fixed. They've
Yeah.
done far too much damage with these offshoots that don't hold on to the continuity. They've injected way too much stuff that is either ignored or retconned or, just kind of a side note, like the Eternals stuff. Oh God, I watched the Eternals. Don't watch that movie. They injected that whole thing into Captain America 4, Black in America. I say hard reboot. You can't fix the damage that they've done to the universe they created. To Niyat's point, where no, we don't need, it isn't required to have a joint universe. However, it was done right, and I know people don't like Ultron, but I liked Ultron and the first Avengers movie, and of course Infinity Saga. I thought Infinity War and Endgame were great. Endgame was a cap to the end of it, even though I had some serious problems with it.
I do gotta ask. We'll just go around the horn real quick. Yes or no? Did you like Ultron? Yay or nay? I actually did. I liked Ultron.
I liked it.
And then we'll go down the line. Niyat?
Yes, I did, but I felt like Ultron could have been a villain that was in multiple films. Like, I didn't like that they created him and destroyed him within an hour.
Okay. Cinnamere, did you see Age of Ultron? If so, did you like it?
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Dex?
As far as Ultron goes in that movie, I think his first scene does a lot of heavy lifting for him. When he takes over Jarvis, like, that scene is terrifying because he's just like this non-physical thing that you can't face directly as like a superhero team. But then he gets a metal body and he gets his ass kicked by the Hulk, just like Loki did. So it's pretty much cheapened at that point. And yeah, and then he's gone. So he sucks pretty bad, even though he's pretty cool at a lot of points in that movie.
And Big Ship, did you like the Age of Ultron film?
Ultron?
The movie itself, yeah, Age of Ultron.
Yeah, not so much.
No? Okay, gotcha. Sorry, Bush, continue. I just wanted to get an idea of where the panel was sitting.
Oh, I don't know where it was.
I didn't realize the people didn't like it. I liked it quite a bit. So anyway, continue.
Bruce, you were talking about the interconnected universe.
Oh, right.
You had done a good job.
It can be done. And they, like I said, they did it properly, in my opinion, with several of the Avengers movies. I thought Civil War, even though that is titled as a Captain America movie, that brings in, tons of the heroes that already existed. And I think that's one of the stronger movies in the MCU. Since then, I really don't think we need to keep any of the films after Endgame, except for I did like the third Spider-Man movie, and I did like the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie, despite lots of problems that I have with them. Totally, the Guardians of the Galaxy third movie it's kind of a mess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like what they did with Adam Warlock. That was like, oh right, we were gonna put him in a movie, right? Well, let's just shove him in here, and he's also a goof. That's
in the original Infinity Saga. Adam Warlock played a critical role in defeating Thanos. Like, he had the soul gem, right? So, and there was also, what was that name of that little troll thing that exists in his universe that was like his ally? But yeah, they ruined a lot of things about that movie. Gamora also plays a critical part in the
fine with them taking certain liberties. It's because moving from one medium to another, like
it's not Pip.
Pip the troll. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pip. It's difficult to translate, and I'm okay with that if they do it competently and well. However, we see what they've done. I don't like what they did with Adam Warlock at all. Even though, they just kind of shove him into the movie where he kind of belongs, but doesn't really belong. So yeah, it's Guardians 3 and the Spider-Man No Way Home. I really like that one. seeing Toby again is great. I didn't like Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man, but I think he got a little bit of redemption in that movie.
Oh yeah, his scene's great.
Yeah, no, I don't think
I'm
Leon
actually an
liked
Andrew
Tom
Garfield hater,
Holland.
and I even said on stream not too terribly long ago that I really did like his redemption saving Zendaya, like the way he could not save Gwen Stacy. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Big Shit, what about you? How would you
Yeah, I think
say
hard.
the
I think
MCU
hard
would-
reboot.
Okay, Big Shit, what would you do
Yeah,
to save
just
the
there's
MCU
just
if you
there's no going back in.
Yeah, we'll move to Big Ship because he hasn't got to speak yet. Big Ship, how would you say the MCU if given unlimited time, budget, whatever it takes?
I'd build a DeLorean, go back, and destroy everyone involved with everything after the Infinity War, because the fuck. Endgame was, for me personally, a mess. And everything since has been pure dog shit.
Even Spider-Man 3, you didn't like that at all?
I didn't enjoy it. No, I don't like anything multiversal. I don't like time travel. I don't like trying to just smash action figures together. All of it pisses me off. There's much simpler ways to write these characters and these adventures without doing this goofy shit.
I'm actually with Big Shit, by the way. I did not like Spider-Man 3. As a Toby supremacist, even as somebody who thinks that Tobey Maguire is Spider-Man and he is the Spider-Man, I did not, out in the theater, I did not like No Way Home.
That stuff is coming out of you?
I don't know, because I watched it in theaters and I loved it, but then I watched it what was it, a couple of months ago, and I just bitched the entire time I watched it to Leon. Like every scene, I was like, "What the fuck? I don't remember."
Did not like
this."
Zendaya.
I was in the middle
Did not
of
like
work,
Zendaya.
and
at all.
I was like, I was in the middle of my day job, and I was getting walls of text just raging at this fucking movie, and I was like, yes, join me, because I don't know why people liked it aside from nostalgia, and nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Is there redeeming quality? I guess this will be the next question, because Nia, I know you have to go soon. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, and then we'll round table it. Are there redeeming qualities in No Way Home that do not involve nostalgia?
I don't know if there are. I mean, part of why I liked it was nostalgia. It was nice to see Doc Ock again with the same actor. I forget his name every single time.
Alfred Molina.
Alfred
Molina. He was phenomenal.
Willem Dafoe. Oh my god.
Willem Dafoe. You know what I mean? Like,
so good.
I felt like he was a better villain in that to Spider-Man than he was in in the original Spider-Man movie.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
Yeah, to be fair, Dax, we had a big debate about this on Niyat's channel. So watch. We reviewed Spider-Man on Niyat's show last week. Watch that episode.
They kind of comicked it up a bit too much, in my opinion. The first Spider-Man movie, he was a severe threat in No Way Home. Like,
oh no, he was done.
And Willem
really
Dafoe
well
is just
in the film,
amazing.
for sure.
And yeah, to on the notion of the nostalgia factor, God damn it, was it nice to see Toby and even Andrew Garfield, who I actually think is the better actor of Tobey Maguire and Tom Holland. Like between those three, he is
really
a fantastic actor.
Wait. Say that again. Repeat yourself.
Not saying he's a better Spider-Man, but between Tobey Maguire, Tom Holland, and Andrew Garfield, he is the better performer, the better actor.
Shut up, bitch!
Tobey Maguire is still my Spider-Man.
I hated him in Heartbreak Ridge.
I just want to do a joke. I actually do agree. Andrew Garfield is a very talented actor when he's not doing Spider-Man. I just wanted to make a joke. But anyway, continue.
He made a better Spider-Man than he did Peter.
He was too cool as Peter. It's like
he really was.
Guys, it really doesn't play the character's motivation as the hero.
Have this discussion. He was not a good Spider-Man either. Everyone says he was a great Spider-Man because he quipped, but a bad Peter. He wasn't a good Spider-Man. Now, it's not his fault because he didn't write the character, but they didn't write Spider-Man in those amazing films as Spider-Man. They wrote him as a bloodthirsty vigilante who didn't understand great power and great responsibility.
Right.
His Spider-Man is fucking terrible, but hey, he quips, so people gave it a pass.
I did like the scene where he catches the carjacker, and he's like, "Oh no, pointy objects, my one weakness." That feels a little more like Spider-Man to me, but that's
I
it.
feel like he captured that essence better than then I would say Tom Holland, but I like Tom Holland most as Spider-Man.
But Tom Holland also was not written like Spider-Man, and that's the problem with
Yes,
those
I know.
films. The point is, there's actually only been one movie or one series of films that have actually written Spider-Man like Spider-Man, and those are the Sam Raimi ones. The other ones, Spider-Man isn't Spider-Man, and it's a failure to understand the character at the most basic level.
I mean, heck,
No,
in the Tom Holland
I
films,
understand.
Yeah,
No, go ahead, go
Nia,
ahead.
you're about to bounce. So yeah, Nia, go for it.
yeah, in the Tom Holland films, MJ wasn't written as MJ. God damn it,
That's
like
true.
Zendaya. It's like
True.
listening to a brick wall. Like,
I was okay with her in the first one, then she just gets progressively worse. Like
No, I
they're going
didn't
a
like
different
her at
direction. I'm
all.
okay with them taking a different direction, but it's got to be good if you're going to take liberties like that, and she just isn't.
Well, real quick, we got to give Niyat his send off, and then Big Ship. I want to get your thoughts on this best Spider-Man discourse. But oh no, we lost Cinevere. She'll be back, I'm sure. Niyat, real quick, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you. Everybody, his links are in the description. Make sure you sub to him. Criminally under sub. Doesn't even have 2 million subscribers yet. Goddamn.
yeah, help me get monetized. So I'm Niyat from Film Comics Explained. And over the next week, I've got a lot of things I'm doing. Tomorrow, I'm dropping a video on the monkey. Well, actually, in a couple of hours for my members, and then in about 12 hours for everybody else. I'm going to be on the Badger Den tomorrow. We're covering RoboCop on Movie Nights with Niyat, Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Late Night with Gucci and Gang Sunday.
Oh wait, it's 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, fuck. That's 5 p.m. for me. You had me all worried and shit that I would only get to participate in like 3 hours of the show.
No, it's 6 p.m. for until daylight saving kicks in on Sunday. And then from next week, it will be 7 p.m. Remember?
Oh, it's from next week. I thought that was this week going forward. So we're shows at the normal time this Saturday.
This Saturday, yeah. And then daylight savings kicks in Sunday midnight for you guys, I think. So
okay, and so going forward next Saturday, the show will be at 7 p.m. EST.
Yeah.
Okay, from their point on, I'll only be available for like 30 minutes, even so. Sorry, continue. I almost showed up late this Saturday. Sorry, continue. My bad.
Oh, well, I'm glad we sorted that out. Next week, I'm going to be dropping a video on Mickey 17, and also I'm going to be covering the orcs in Warhammer 40k. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks so much for having me on, Leon.
Real quick, before you go, I'm sorry, I have
fun.
one more question for you.
Go ahead, buddy.
Why did you choose an orc in your Skyrim playthrough that you're doing on stream? I have to know the reason.
I put a poll up, actually. I gave the options of 3 elves, dark elves, wood elves, and...
Because they're marginalized.
And then the orc, because obviously I wanted to play as an elf. And everybody was like, nope, you're an orc, motherfucker. It was like,
I was wondering there was a joke in there.
What are you talking
I was
about?
wondering there was a joke in there about, the way that people, like the D&D people are talking about orcs and whatnot. Okay, a poll answers that. Niyat, you have a good rest of your day, brother. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for doing this. You didn't need to. Everybody go sub to Niyat. He truly deserves it, and make sure to watch out for him on various other streams. Gooch streams his own stream, Countercast, the whole 9. Bud, best of luck to you. I truly love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leon. Nice to see you all. Big Ship, glad we got to hang out on stream. Sorry it was so short. Hope you all have a good evening. Take care.
Peace out, Niyat.
Have a good one.
And then there we go. That's not what I meant to do. But all right, we'll get this sorted here. All right. This is how it should be. This is.
I want to be next to Cinevere.
But Dax is sitting near my co-host. I got to have him on top of me.
Seniority, bitch.
But on the plus side, Boosh, you are under Cinevere. What do you think of it?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I get to be top.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about this for a moment. And actually, I'm going to start with Big Ship because he said this conversation is infuriating in chat, and I actually kind of want to hear his point of view.
He's also muted.
So Big Ship, where are you at on your thoughts of Spider-Man casting, how he's portrayed, the whole 9? What about that conversation was infuriating, and what do you think?
That comment was actually addressed at the stuff before about nostalgia. I fucking hate things coasting off nostalgia. This Daredevil show is a piece of shit, and it's going to coast off nostalgia from the last 3.
Fuck Spider-Man, Daredevil sucks.
Yeah, anyway, sorry. Toby is the Spider-Man. The other 2 can go fuck themselves, particularly Tom Holland. It's just an irritating kid that needs to be stuffed in.
So wait, you think Tom Holland is worse than Andrew Garfield?
Yep. 100%.
I don't necessarily know if I disagree or not, since I hate he and Andrew kind of equally, but why do you think that?
This is definitely personal bias. I find him pretty repulsive. It's probably meta, to be honest. Actually,
You mean the
him and
actor?
Zendaya stuff. Tom Holland.
Yeah, you mean the actor? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I
Right.
mean. I think the Bender stuff has tainted my opinion of him. All the crap with him and Zendaya and
And the
whatever
fact that
the
he's a
fuck they're
cuck.
doing. That doesn't help the cause. Don't get me wrong.
No.
So it's maybe that's where I'm coming from, just a meta perspective.
No, I mean, but that's not a bad reason. I'm pretty sure everybody on this panel, and I'd be interested in hearing your guys' thoughts on this. We can go one at a time. This time we start with Boosh. Has had a film ruined for them because they hate the fucking actor.
Oh mine's
Can
real
I-
quick.
can I
Separate the
clarify
art
real
from the
quick?
artist.
Well, let Boosh finish, and then we'll hop to you for
Yeah,
your
just
Sydney.
separate the art from the artist. Just for example, Bill Cosby, piece of shit human being. Really, really awful. All the things he did over the years. Bill Cosby himself is one of the best stand-ups of all time.
Boosh, were you watching? Wait, was it on Gooch's show? We were literally talking about this. No, it was backstage. It's so funny you say that. Me and Goodwin were talking about this exact thing. This exact thing backstage. So it's wild that you bring this up today. Fucking simulation theory. Yeah, me and Goodwin were praising Bill Cosby for his stand-up backstage after Gooch show tonight, while also acknowledging dude raped a lot of bitches. Like,
Yeah, so you'd separate the
You
art
have-
from the artist.
You have such a way with words, Leon.
Yeah, so Tom Holland is a bit of a cuck. We know Zendaya has been doing some naughty things with other men, and they're supposed to be an item.
wait,
He's
in
pretty
real life
weak in
or in
interviews.
film? Because obviously she's made out with dudes like in movies and done scenes with people in movies. But is that
I
in real
thought it was
life?
happening outside of films.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because Zendaya sucks, but I didn't know if it was
It's rumored, but yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. It's Hollywood. They've all got horrible STDs.
That is
It's
very
disgusting.
true.
They don't find anything sacred at all, especially not relationships. So,
Well,
yeah, I
Tom
wouldn't-
Holland, as much as I don't like him, he does. Did you see the super base statement of when he has kids, he's retiring from acting because he thinks being a dad should come first?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah,
I
but still,
don't
with
like Tom Holland as an
Zendaya?
actor, but
With
I agree with that.
Zendaya? How's that gonna work?
Yeah, yeah, that's a whole different can of worms. But Cindy, what were you
I
gonna say?
don't hate her as much as a lot of people. I hear constantly she looks like a little boy. I don't think she does. I think she looks like a young woman.
Yeah.
I'm not that attracted to her because she still looks like she's just too young for me. I don't
It's
like
not
what
even
she
the
did with
youngness. I
Dune.
think that she's
I
a
think her
very
character-
mid-looking individual. I've been in
Her character as
McDonald's.
Chani was just so damaging to the source material. Like I mentioned before, I think it's fine if they take liberties, if they do it competently and it's entertaining. She is not. And she did the same thing in MJ.
I
you
want to
messed up
start
the
on that
character for me.
because that you and I can go for hours on that because I agree with you to such an extent. But I live in the Midwest. I've seen girls that work at McDonald's that look better than her. But Cindy, what were you gonna say?
I live in Texas. I've seen girls that are homeless that look better than her.
Yeah, so you get it exactly. But no, what were you gonna say, Cindy? Sorry, because we got 20, maybe 30 minutes left. I want to give everybody equal time. What were you saying?
I was trying to say that it's like while I say that I like Tom Holland more, it's more like his movies were a little bit more enjoyable than Toby's.
Agreed.
And I feel like the third
What?
movie really
You think
no,
the
no,
home movies were
Hold
more
movies?
enjoyable?
You
Hold
need
on,
a good villain.
hold on.
There's no good
I
villains in the
mean
Andrew
the
Garfield.
Wait, hey,
first
let the-
one
No,
for
no,
clarity.
Boosh.
Hold
Hold on.
on.
I'll let
Let
Cindy finish. But real quick. She said she thinks that, and maybe you misspoke. I'll give you the opportunity to walk back if you misspoke, because if not, we're gonna go rounds. She said, I think the
You
Tom
didn't give me a
Holland
chance.
films were more enjoyable than the Toby films.
Oh, no. I thought she said Garfield.
She said Toby.
No.
Oh,
I-
no. I
No,
disagree.
I like him as Spider-Man. I hated his Peter Parker. I like him, but I hated his movies. And I enjoyed I think okay, I'm just screwing this all up now.
You're talking about Tobey Maguire not liking.
I'm just curious.
I'm
real quick.
confused.
Toby
Yeah,
is the best out of all three. Toby is
Okay.
the best. I just found Holland's movies slightly more enjoyable because Toby's third movie really, really ruined
Oh,
it
yeah, it's
for
bad.
me.
I still, and I chat panel, we can debate this if we need to, because I actually have a video that I'm working on a script for. I still
Well,
think
alright.
that Spider-Man 3 is better than at least 50% of the MCU. That includes Phase 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, that's fair.
No.
Shit, me
I
and
don't
Dax agree. Holy fuck.
Well, dude,
Look
we
at
have
what
to
they
include
did to
Fred-
Venom, man.
we
Venom's
have-
my boy.
we have
Ugh.
to-
Yeah, I wouldn't go
Yes!
50%.
since we have to include Phase 4 and 5, that's an easy layup for Spider-Man 3. Easy layup.
But yeah,
We're including
better than,
4 and 5,
Ant-Man and Ant-Man 3 and what? Oh shit! What is it?
Multiverse of Madness.
That
piece
one.
of
Oh,
shit.
I never finished it. Never finished.
Oh, you did.
No, I hated
Multiverse
that.
of
How did
Madness,
you
like,
know what I was talking about? There's so many bad ones in 4 and 5, and he just nailed it. Yeah, Multiverse
Guys,
of
there's
Madness.
so
You were
many bad
particularly
ones in
upset,
2 and
and that one
3.
sucked
Let's be
ass.
real.
Oh,
There
sure,
are
sure,
so
for
many
sure,
bad
for sure.
ones in. There's so many bad ones in Phase 2 and 3. Like we all love the good ones, and that gives the pass to the bad ones. You got to remember the Edward Norton Hulk movie exists. Thor 2 exists. Frankly, I think that Ragnarok's a bad film, but I'm on the outs for that
I
one.
like
Whatever.
Ragnarok.
Ant-Man 2 exists. Like
yeah.
there is Iron Man 2 is I think is worse than 3. Honestly, Iron Man 2 exists. I think the first Captain America movie is a legit bad fucking movie. There are so many stinkers in the first 3 phases of the MCU.
I suppose what would elevate Spider-Man 3 above the MCU for me is because it's so much more interesting, and you have 2 films of characterization to work with. And while the stuff they do isn't like the most competently done, there's a lot of interesting stuff between MJ and Peter and Harry going on.
Sandman was the only good villain,
and Sandman was excellent. So you got
Oh
that.
no, he's not.
Oh,
out of
yes,
that
he
movie,
is.
he is by far the best
Sandman
villain.
is an excellent villain. What are you talking
No,
about?
as a villain, yes, but the actor was terrible.
What?
Yeah, whoa. No, Thomas
didn't
Hayden
like
Church fucking.
Thomas Hayden Church is awesome.
I didn't like
But
him.
he nailed the character, in my opinion.
Dude, I've literally never seen it. He's been in some shit movies because he's kind of a
He
B
played
actor.
a block
I've
of wood,
never seen a bad
basically.
performance out of Thomas Hayden Church. He is even as a role as simple as the vice principal in Easy A. I was sucked into his character and his performance.
I've never
Sideways,
seen
he had a fat guy with a micro penis slamming against his car door.
Okay, what the fuck? I'm unfamiliar with this. But I
You've
kind
never
of
seen Sideways?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, Thomas Hayden Church plays his friend who does voiceovers or something, and that's how he picks up chicks. And he can't land a hot chick in Napa Valley, so he winds up getting with this overweight waitress. And the husband comes home and chases him out naked.
That is insane. No, I need to see this. But yeah, point is Thomas Hayden Church is a great actor, and he killed it as Sandman. Like I actually, Cindy, I need you to explain why you don't think he did a good job.
I just thought he played a block of wood.
Okay, but I'm gonna need more than that. Why? What happens in the film?
I understand what Cindy's saying. She's not saying he played a block of wood. She's saying he played a pile of sand.
Yes, there you go. He wasn't interesting. I didn't.
He didn't have much story time because there were too many villains.
Yes, I think I could see that.
No, but I actually disagree with that. The problem with Spider-Man 3 is the other 2 villains, Venom and New Goblin, aren't given any story time. However, Sandman gets a full-fledged backstory and everything. We know about his daughter. We know she's dying
Venom
of
had
cancer.
too much.
And I don't think it was too much. I think
it's terrible. Shouldn't have been in it at all.
Let him finish about Sandman. Sandman.
I have a question.
Sandman was the original villain for the film. New Goblin was also probably going to be there as well because they've been building that since the first film. Venom was the only one that was like tacked on and whatnot. But Sandman, you get this story about a father who has turned to a life of crime because he's kind of worthless, but he's doing so to save his daughter who has some sort of inoperable disease. Well, not inoperable, but a disease they don't have the money to take care of. It seems to be cancer. I don't think they actually say it in the film. That's what it alludes to. And he's trying his best as a criminal with a heart of gold sort of thing. Well, you've got this entire like when he first becomes Sandman, when he's running from the law and he falls into that vat when they're doing that experiment and whatnot, and he emerges and he's trying to pick up the wedding ring, but he doesn't know how to use his newfound powers, so he keeps falling through his fucking hands.
I thought it was a locket.
Or is it a locket? Thinking about wedding ring, yeah, a locket. Like there is so much character work done in this like 3-minute segment
Absolutely,
with
yeah.
no dialogue. It is hauntingly beautiful. Like you could make a short film out of just the transformation into Sandman, and that bitch would win awards. So yeah, no, I'm sorry, I vehemently disagree with the Sandman take. Say what you want about Venom and New Goblin and the overbloated villains and things of that effect, but the Sandman stuff is some of the best work in Spider-Man 3. And
I don't
frankly,
think he
in
was
the
a plank of
entire
wood
film.
either. I
No,
thought he
I
was
don't either.
giving proper emotion,
Okay,
like
wait.
Boring.
he's upset
Cindy had a question.
and depressed.
I do. How come he didn't turn back into a man in Spider-Man No Way Home?
Because that was No Way Home and Disney, and maybe it was scheduling conflicts. I don't know, but that's a separate.
No,
thing
it
than
was my
Spider-Man
question.
3.
That was it. I wasn't trying to.
No.
Like,
I think the reason I could be wrong, probably a scheduling conflict with the actual actor, if I had to guess. Also,
Was
Matt
he not
Fair,
a man
real
at
quick,
all?
I want to make a quick lore correction. Harry was not Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin is Ned something or another. I don't remember the character's last name. Not Harry Osborn. Harry
And there is
Osborn
an actual
Hobgoblin
Hobgoblin from a different dimension.
He was not.
In Spider-Man 3, he is the new God. That's literally his name, New Goblin.
He was not Hobgoblin, but he was Knobgoblin.
He was gobbling them knobs, man.
Anyway,
Anyway.
yeah, no, that's the point. Is it's a common misconception that he was trying to portray Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin is a different character entirely who has no real ties to Green Goblin beyond.
Well,
There's multiple goblins in Spider-Man canon. There's Hobgoblin, Green Goblin, Demogoblin, Red Goblin. There's the Goblin moniker is expansive in the Spider-Man universe.
So was there like more than one different Hobgoblin though? Like, wasn't one from like an actual demon from a different dimension?
That's Demo. So Demogoblin is the goblin from another dimension. That's an actual goblin. That's Demogoblin.
Okay.
But there are, I believe, 3 different Hobgoblins. The only one that actually matters is Ned. What's his name? I can't even think of his last fucking name.
Who's just a dude in a mask?
Yes. Wow, that was a great conversation on Spider. Yeah, I'm a Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, dude,
I love that.
I could talk about Spider-Man 3 for hours, specifically the Bully Maguire scenes.
Well, and actually, we might go ahead and get into that and turn this into a Spider-Man 3 film. Did you know that when Spider-Man 3 came out, it was the 49th highest grossing film of all time? Audiences saw it and loved it. The people did not turn on Spider-Man 3 until the advent of social media and memes.
Well, no, okay. I have a unique experience on this because I saw it with my classmates and I was super into it and my bro was super into it, but there was someone there who was like legitimately being like, man, that shit was lame as fuck. You know, I feel like opinions were mixed right off the bat, but it wasn't until social media picked up that you understood how mixed it really was. Because
I thought 2 was a stronger film.
Oh, 2 was a much stronger
film. But that goes without saying. 2 is not just a good Spider-Man film. 2 is, in my opinion, one of only a handful of superhero films worthy of Oscars.
Yeah. I mean, it's for however much a fucking Oscar is worth these days.
I'm talking about, back when that shit actually fucking mattered.
got some rough CGI.
Spider-Man 2 is one of, if you had to rank the top 50 best movies of all time, like most well-crafted, if you were trying to be as objective as possible, and this is over a long history of films, so we're talking about 100 years of the films, I do think that Spider-Man 2 would rank in the top 50 films of all time. It might not be very high. It might be like 47 or something, but I think it deserves to be on the list.
I'd put it there, personally.
Yeah.
Can I ask why?
Because Spider-Man 2, let's say you take out the connotation of it being Spider-Man and you make it a story about a hero becoming a hero, and you make it because Spider-Man 2 is a drama at the end of the day. All the Spider-Man films, at least the first 2, because the third one gets a little wonky, I'll admit, they are actually drama films before they're comic book films. And if you were to replace the IP of Spider-Man with that of an unknown, the film would maintain every shred of quality that it has as a Spider-Man film.
If it were like Centipede Boy or something.
Right.
I don't like what they did with Mary Jane in the Tobey films either.
I don't, from a comic accuracy standpoint, I completely agree. But again, if you were to take the Spider-Man name off of it and it be a completely unique original IP, Spider-Man 2 as a movie would be such a strong character-driven story that I think would merit study. When it comes to, because remember, first of all, it's a sequel, so it has to build off what the first one established. It does that to a near perfect degree. It not only does it make you understand Peter's decisions from the first film, but it expounds on them. It gives us the Doc Ock story of a good man fallen, who's basically becomes so obsessed. He loses his wife. He is so obsessed with the science because of that. He's willing to go by any means necessary to prove that his science was accurate. It gives us the struggles of a nephew and aunt who, I mean, Aunt May, you got to remember, this is the movie where she finds out that Peter effectively caused Uncle Ben's death. And for half the movie, she is rejecting him. And when they finally come back together, we've got what might be the best moment in all of the Spider-Man films, with the exception of one, I'll talk about that later if need be, of Peter and Aunt May's reconciliation at that yard sale. Like, there is so much amazing. I do not know that I can actually find a flaw that is not like a CGI thing in Spider-Man 2.
No. Yeah, just a couple of CGI things that are just, it's so rubbery.
I wouldn't say it's half the movie that she rejects him, and she doesn't even really reject him. She more just walks away because she doesn't know how to deal with it at that moment.
It's more placidity. Like, she's not actively, like, removing him from her life. She's just kind of,
Well, she refuses to...
She doesn't take his hand.
Engage with him in an emotional discourse. And so because of that, he cuts him from her. And when they start talking again, those first few exchanges of dialogue are very...
Well, they're
tenuous.
very real.
Have you ever had a fight with a relative, stop talking to them for a long time, and when you do start talking to them again, the grounds are shaky. It's palpable. And that's how those scenes work.
Yeah, and I continue to not talk to them afterwards.
But no, like that reconciliation scene, like Leon is saying, is just a genuinely well-written exchange between two well-established characters. And I guess, like you're saying, if it were Centipede Boy, it'd be just as effective, just because that human element is there.
See, the main reason I asked my question, and this is probably a whole different stream by itself, is just how important is the antagonist?
Exactly.
Because, like, The Dark Knight is not a great film.
Let's ship Cook. I want to hear this. Yeah, go for it.
Like, The Dark Knight is not a great film. But Heath Ledger carried that. That character was the film, essentially. Like, no one's going to back up the rest of it. It was just Heath Ledger. And for me, a lot of Spider-Man 2 was Doc Ock. Like, if you try to implant the Green Goblin from number 1 in there, I don't think that film works very well at all.
Well, I would agree, but that's because we already got Green Goblin's motivations in the first one. So what would his motivations be in a sequel? But
you could transplant the motivations. For me,
I don't
like Doc Ock was just a superior villain.
Well,
explain.
I
disagree.
Can we get back to the root of this? Because he said, how important is a villain to your superhero?
Okay, yeah. Before we go further, let's analyze that. Go for it, Dex.
Just like, all right, well, Green Goblin in the first one, Willem Dafoe absolutely destroys it to the point where I think he's the best villain in the franchise.
I actually agree with that. Subjectively, but I agree with that.
I agree.
And like, I think the villains are all equally important to all the movies. It's why the first two work so well and why the third one doesn't, is because the villain story is muddled, right? Like, that's kind of what it all comes down to. Like, Spider-Man as a character is one of the best, like, reflections of villains we ever get, because as much as we might not all like Homecoming in this call, like, Vulture's a really good foil to Tom Holland's Spider-Man in that movie, and that
I agree.
He's doing what Peter's doing for the same reasons, familial love and all that, but he's just thugging it.
It's also Michael Keaton, who's phenomenal.
Oh God!
There's that too. Yeah.
Just watched Batman '89 yesterday. God, I love Michael in that film.
No, the bat turn.
That's a good movie.
You need to watch it, keeping in mind the bat turn.
Bat
If
turn.
you guys don't know what that is,
I know what
watch
the
the
bat
video.
turn is, and I love the bat turn. The bat turn.
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't take. It just
his-
when you see it out of context, it looks goofy.
His neck is so muscle bound. He has to do that.
Yeah, there you go. It's just the scene in Ace Chemical Plant is probably the funniest, but
Yeah.
it works somehow. It works.
Sorry to
But
derail.
anyway,
but-
continue. What were we
No,
saying?
you're fine.
sorry to derail Spider-Man to Batman, but yeah. Where were we, Big Ship? Rescue me.
You
You
need
were talking
compelling
about the
villains.
importance of villains.
Oh, right, yeah. And yeah, I think that is why Spider-Man 3 is so muddled and so unsatisfying in a lot of ways, because Venom just shows up in a church and he's like, hey, God, could you kill Peter Parker?
Now,
That would
to be
so
fair,
tight.
that's in
That
the
would be
comics.
so tight.
To be fair, that's in the comics. Like they
I don't care. It's
literally-
Topher Grace.
Well, no, but okay. See, look, Leon,
bad
this
thing.
is the thing we always come back to with each other, right? Because you always go for the adaptation argument. I'm more for the coherency argument, like whether or not it makes sense with the rules that the movie established. Like,
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
we got a cult classic Cage Raid. Yo, real quick, Cass, we're talking about the merits of the Spider-Man films. If you want to hop on, send the link because I know you got some thoughts on the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. I would love to have you on for this talk. Anyway, continue.
damn it, I'm sorry. My
You were talking about you prefer the merits of the coherence versus the accuracy of the source material.
yeah. Like, so that's
I
why
agree.
Venom is so unsatisfying in that movie, because he shows up as like this kind of goofball side character that then becomes like the main impetus for the climax of the film. So he just
I
doesn't
don't get that he's a goofball.
well, he's also a sleaze. Like there's
He's a
stuff to
sleazeball.
it.
Absolutely agree with that.
He's a sleazeball, yeah.
No, he's grifting off of someone else's work, and he's not getting credence for it, and it makes him very bitter. But that's about it from his character.
Exactly.
So
Then he becomes a goofball when he
Here's-
becomes Venom. He's where like his face pulls away and you see Topher Grace, boo. That part I would say it's a bit too goofballish for me. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But overall, as Eddie Brock, I didn't get that he was a goofball as Eddie Brock.
Yeah, I agree with Bush, at least in some regard. So, Dex, I get what you're saying, and I both agree and disagree. Now,
yeah.
Obviously, I want adaptations to be as accurate to the source material as possible. And when you have a scene like what happened with Eddie Brock going into the church, asking God to kill Peter Parker, that's not only is that scene in the comics, that scene is also in character for what we know about Eddie thus
Is
far.
it? Okay, even if someone messed you up that hard, would you really go to a church and wish for God to kill them?
In the movie, Leon?
Like he exposed him for doing a thing that was objectively like sleazy.
Yeah.
Like it's like
But
yeah, you would
throughout-
hate
throughout
that
the
person,
course
but
of the
would you
film,
really? But would you really go
yes,
to the extent that you
here's
would go to a church? Okay, go on.
Yeah,
Well,
But isn't it
I have
well,
a question.
just a question?
Real quick.
Real quick, let me
Go to the
answer this,
church
and
to
then
kill
we'll
himself?
real quick. Let me answer this, then we'll go to Cindy, then we'll go to Bush. Here is why the film has set up at multiple points to before the church scene that Eddie Brock is a sleazeball who will do anything to get ahead. So when he finds himself at his lowest moment in a church, a place of holiness and redemption, even then he is such a sleazeball. He's wanting anything to get ahead, which is
Does he
asking
find
God
himself there? He goes there.
No,
right,
no,
but he-
okay. I get what you're saying, Leon, in terms of what perhaps Raimi was going for with that. I would say that is definitely the intent. I would not argue that it was
What up?
well done. And oh, hi Cassie, what's up?
Howdy.
Cassie.
I think my camera shit the bed. Yeah, either way.
A little bit.
That's all right.
No, you're doing. Yeah, turn that
Okay,
bitch back
it's
on.
fine.
We want to see the rage cage. Turn that bitch back on. Who gives a fuck if it's a shit camera?
It's not working properly.
But anyway,
It's not.
real quick to give Cult Classic Cage the rundown on what we're doing. We're just I made the assessment that Spider-Man 3 is honestly even with its flaws still better than over half the MCU, even the good stuff in the first three phases. And we're discussing the merits of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, specifically 3, And right now we're talking about Eddie Brock and whether or not he works. Continue, Dax, and then Cindy, give me your thoughts.
All right. So here's my overall thoughts on Eddie Brock. He's got a pretty strong motivating factor, but because he has no time in the second act to beef that up, because we have to make room for Sandman and New Goblin and Harry's whole cuckolding Pete storyline, that we don't get the time necessary to see when he transitions into full Venom mode, where he's you have to understand, Venom is supposed to be such a pure hatred of Spider-Man that it's his whole motivation for a being, and you just have to have a whole movie for that. And while I think that he did his best, Topher Grace and the director, bear in mind, because everyone knows Raimi did not intend for Venom to be in this movie. I think he's done about as well as you could have, while balancing two other villains, which is why I still have a lot of love for Spider-Man 3, because there is legit care put into that arc, but it falls flat, and he's a goober, and he's an edgelord, and my favorite line in the movie is probably, "I like being mad. It makes me happy."
I actually agree with pretty much everything you said, Dax. Now, Cindy, you had a question, and then Boosh will get you in a moment. I want to get Cassie's initial thoughts since she just joined. But Cindy, what was your question, real quick?
I was trying to look this up because I can't remember clearly, but didn't Venom go to a church originally to self-KO?
Oh,
he lost his job.
I've
his
read
wife
these
left him.
books. I don't remember him going to commit suicide, but that may have been what he was doing.
It may have been on his mind. I don't think that's why he was going there, though.
Because it's Marvel and because it's
been
Spider-Man
so
and
long.
it is aimed
It's
at
so long.
children, it was probably implied but never explicitly said, if I had to guess.
That feels more correct to me. I don't think he was going there to do the deed. It was definitely on his mind. But Leon can correct me if this isn't correct, but Eddie Brock in the books isn't this petty piece of crap like Topher Grace is in the movie.
Not at all.
He is, but there's more to him.
He sees Peter as more of a rival than in the movie.
To this point, he did.
Yeah. I'm talking specifically Eddie Brock, not Venom.
Eddie Brock up to this point saw Peter as a rival.
He's competing against Peter Parker to get
to
sell what he has, but in the movie, he's specifically undermining what Peter is doing and gets caught doing it, and then has
and that's why the movie falls flat, is because Eddie Brock in the comics.
But just to get this in before you continue, he is more of a moral person in the books. That would be why he would go to a church. Mm-hmm. It is not like that in the movie.
Well,
which comes back to
this is where the movie has a problem, is that Eddie Brock starts off as how you're describing Boosh, and then slowly becomes more and more immoral as Peter gets all the success, to the point where he does start using underhanded tactics, and he does start trying to sabotage Peter before he even has the symbiote and stuff. But he builds to that. The movie doesn't show the build; he starts off that way. And yes, that is but that's a problem with the writing and not with Topher Grace's performance, which is why I actually think from a performance,
I like Topher Grace.
Topher Grace actually did the best he could have with what was given, and he's a good actor.
But
let's get Cass involved. Cass, what are your thoughts on Spider-Man 3 and how it relates to the MCU?
You said we were going to talk about Spider-Man movies, not compare shit to piss, brother.
All right, no.
What the fuck?
Actually, real quick to give you a heads up on how this all started, I said that not only is Spider-Man 2 a great Spider-Man film, I think if you were to rank the top 50 films of all time, Spider-Man 2 would actually probably fall in the top 50 films of all time.
I think you need to watch more movies, but I do like Spider-Man 2 a lot, admittedly. So, for me, I don't. When it comes to film, specifically with comic book adaptations, I care less about the adaptation and more so the film structure. I think that's way more important to me. I love X-Men 2, and I'm glad that they didn't include another planet with another group of people and made Phoenix this intergalactic being, because that would be a whole lot of storytelling.
You mean X-Men 3 then?
Well, technically 2 because she does become Phoenix in 2.
Okay, that's
She does.
So
right.
I guess crossing over wise, like
Let's
for me,
retcon that in the third one.
yeah, the struggle is real. So like I don't mind that they just cut that shit out in order to simplify the storytelling, but how like so I hate films that are long. I think that's the biggest problem with the MCU. They have a lot of films that don't even haven't even earned half of its runtime most of the time. And to me, I just for me, my biggest problem is film structure. Now, I haven't seen Spider-Man 3 in like fucking 15 years, I think. But I went to the movies to see that with my entire family, and I remember we were all like, "Yeah, this shit sucks in comparison to 2."
Right? Like
But,
some people did have that reaction.
But some of the scenes were nice. I think the CGI definitely was an improvement. From especially from 1 when you compare it to 1, if I remember correctly, and a lot of this, like I said, is 15-year-old like remembrance. So if I'm fucking blanking on some shit, definitely correct me. But I did like the suit. It was nice to see symbiote.
Black suit looked tight.
It looks cool. It did look cool. Toby, I've always struggled with Toby as Spider-Man. I thought he was a decent Peter. I always struggle with him as Spider-Man. His one-liners are just always mid.
You're the one who's out, Gobby. Out of your mind.
Yeah, but juxtapose that to when he's fighting Doc Ock in the bank in Spider-Man 2, and Doc Ock throws that bag of coins at him, and he swings the bag. Here's your change, and like that's a Spider-Man moment.
No, that
I
was
think
perfect.
that he definitely has some highlights with his one-liners and his comebacks, but I think that some of them definitely fall flat too.
Now, how much of this, because Sam Raimi has stated a lot, really, that he is a Spider-Man fan, but from the 60s and 70s, and that's the version of Spider-Man he was trying to do, was the 60s and 70s version. That Spider-Man, at least by my estimation, was actually less quippy than what we got from the 80s onwards. So he is writing what he knows, and in that regard, I don't think I still think it's accurate to the character. We've just all grown up with a more quippy, witty Spider-Man than what we got in the first decade and a half of his existence.
Yeah, that's fair, but also some people argue with me that the remake of True Grit is more gritty than the original, and by that it's like, okay, but the standard of grit back fucking when John Wayne made True Grit is different from how it is in modern day too. So it's like their standard of what quippy was back those days is definitely different from our standard in modern day, because as culture evolves, so does what it means to be this certain thing. So I mean, I get that too, but we also have to understand that culture evolves over time as well. So back then, standards of quippy is definitely different from what we seen, because I didn't grow up back then.
Absolutely.
All right. So Cindy, you were talking about how Eddie went to the church to literally commit suicide. Then you said you found this this clip or this panel.
Yeah,
it says,
he did an expose on Sin Eater, and it was kind of,
not expose. Expose is when the media is exposing something, but exposition. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and the guy turned out to be fake, and then Spider-Man caught the real Sin Eater.
Oh, he did do an expose. You're right. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about his dialogue here. His dialogue here is exposition. Yes, he did an expose. My bad. I misunderstood you. You're right. He does flat out say, I decided to end it all, but I was raised Catholic, and suicide's a mortal sin. So I wandered from church to shadowed church, praying for forgiveness, and Our Lady of Saints, something odd happened. A shadow moved, caressed me. All right.
That's what I said. He was thinking about it, but wasn't going to do it.
That was my understanding. He went to the church in order to not follow through.
Yes,
that's what I always got.
Okay, well, thank you for the correction, because it's been a long time since I've read those books. Also, great that Mercy came in with a banger, two banger. Let's get you a clip real quick.
I'm glad I remembered that.
This and
man, I got gray hair.
You know what? For all y'all that think that after the dialogue tonight and about accepting certain levels of DEI, if you think we're getting too woke or whatever, this is for you.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
Base shadow.
Yeah, I wanted that line in the movie. Sadly, it didn't happen. Great the Merchant for 2 says, hot take, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man quips good. His quips, obviously after I answer, we'll go around the table, start with Cindy and go forth. His quips are good. However, I feel like in that movie, that's all they know about Spider-Man is he quips, and we lose so much more of the character because they prioritize the quips. I think that was I think that's one of the major flaws of those films is they don't focus on anything about Spider-Man other than quips and, that's really it. But Cindy, then we'll go to Case, Dax, and we'll go around the horn.
Oh, I'll be real fast. I haven't seen it.
Oh, you're lucky. Cass, what about you?
I can only speak for Amazing Spider-Man 1 because it's been too long since I watched the sequel because the sequel is just insufferable garbage. But yeah, I do like it. I do like Andrew Garfield's quips. I was one of those before it became cool to suddenly like the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit. I actually enjoyed the suit way the fuck back. I actually still have my.
Did you like it more than the Raimi suit?
No, I can't say no because Raimi's suit is more traditional, and I'm a traditionalist. But you have to think like I was more accepting of the new suit and liked the new suit because they wanted to differentiate themselves from the Raimi trilogy, and I get that. And I didn't mind it. I actually still have my Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man 1 plushie.
Wow,
In that suit. Yeah.
I actually kicked Cinevere, and I didn't mean to, by the way, so she should
no.
be popping back in any second.
What have you done?
Cindy, I'm sorry. I was just trying to get rid of. There we go. Yeah, she's popping back in. Sorry, Cindy. I did not mean to do that. Continue with what you were saying, Cass.
Andrew was super witty as Spider-Man. That's definitely a highlight in a film that definitely is plagued by issues and just bad direction and writing. So while I do have an affection for Amazing Spider-Man, it does have its issues. But Andrew knew how to be witty, and I think that he really tried to deviate his persona of Peter and Spider-Man a lot, which showed when he did put on the suit.
Boosh, what about you? What are your thoughts?
There's just that one scene with the carjacker that I thought worked well with the quips. There are some Family Guy style cutaways. One of them is when he hoses Electro. Like it cuts away and he's on the side, and now he's wearing a firefighter hat, and everyone's laughing alongside of him. And he says whatever he says, but it's a quip, and it just doesn't work in the scene. It doesn't work for the character. It went a bit too goofy, in my opinion. And that happens a couple of times, like another one with the rhino at the end of the first movie. It's just, I don't like it. It's just cringe to me.
Dragon Master for a 5 banger. Let's go ahead and get you a clip real quick, and then I'll give thoughts on this. You know what? I think that you deserve Atreus, frankly, just being Atreus.
I just super love sucking dick. When I haven't for a while, I get neat.
Atreus, gay confirmed. He says, I will say that Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2 is the second best superhero film next only to The Dark Knight. Hot take. Spider-Man 2 is better than The Dark Knight. In fact, I would say that Spider-Man 2 is, if not the best, second only to Watchmen, and its only real competition is Logan, which is Spider-Man 2 and Logan are both better than The Dark Knight. By all means, you guys give your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think Spider-Man 2 is one of the strongest comic book movies ever, if not the best. I think it's phenomenal.
Yeah, it sticks to good like filmmaking overall, first and foremost, and I do appreciate that.
And it holds up.
Yeah, it does.
Still holds up. I could watch it again tonight and just be like, this is great.
Anybody else have thoughts on Spider-Man 2 compared to The Dark Knight?
Compared to Dark Knight? Oh,
I mean, I'm not going to diss Dark Knight. I think The Dark Knight is still a good movie as well.
Yeah.
This doesn't preclude it from being good.
Not saying it's shit. It's just not as good as Spider-Man 2.
It's hard for me to pick. I would have to first rewatch both in unison.
I agree, Cassie.
Yeah, that's not something I would like to just stand on business on just off rip.
Yeah, she actually got to see. That's why Cass is a professional. She got to sit and think about it. Dragon Master, what about you? What do you think? Or Dragon Master. Sorry, I was reading the Big Ship. What do
Wow.
you think?
Your brain.
Dark Knight, not great. It's not even in the conversation for me in terms of like Logan and what were the other ones you mentioned?
Watchmen, Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2, Logan, and
Yeah,
Watchmen.
not even
are probably
close.
the best
Dark
ones.
Knight's not even in that realm for me personally.
Yeah.
It's purely a Heath Ledger performance. That's all you're watching. The rest of the
Big
movie is
Ship, I got a
garbage.
question for you based on because I actually agree with you. I think that Batman Begins is better than The Dark Knight. I really do.
I would agree with that, honestly.
Damn,
The
look at that. Me and
entire
Shippy
thing.
agreeing. That's rare.
Me and Leon never agree. The entire premise of The Dark Knight is Heath Ledger's performance, but that's not a movie. That's a performance. So you can't equivocate those two things next to each other because it doesn't work. Heath Ledger being awesome doesn't mean it's a good movie. It just means Heath Ledger was awesome.
Damn.
Think Harvey Dent isn't worth the fuck? You think that Christian Bale as Batman isn't worth the fuck?
Christian Bale as Batman in the second one was meh. Harvey Dent was definitely not worth a fuck. I couldn't care less about that.
Yeah, but he's not wearing hockey pads.
Yeah.
I appreciate the reference, Boosh, but doesn't make the movie better.
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
Dax, what about you? In context of the super chat, what do you think?
Okay. I think I gotta go with Spider-Man 2, just because I do think a lot of what Dark Knight's trying to do is very on brand with Batman, and I think a lot of it is very well done in terms of building a narrative, but the third act does get very wacky in terms of Harvey Dent running around with his face half carved off. Spider-Man 2 is much more focused by contrast, and I think that nets it the win. And also, just like we've gone over the reconciliation scene, and let's be real, the train scene is like the most legendary superhero fight ever, and maybe still
it's
hasn't been
so
topped.
fucking good. People want to meme Toby's face when he's stopping the train at the end, but
No, it's
everything up that is fucking awesome.
In my Discord server, it's a nut face emo.
And real quick, Demon Carol, no. Bale lost his shit on the set of Terminator Salvation, not Dark Knight. Anyway, yeah, no, again, me and shit being in compliance with one another is actually so fucking rare.
Damn, not even Michael Caine. No shout out to Michael Caine. Damn.
Michael Caine. I would love Michael Caine, but yeah, no, it's he. While I actually think he's the best Alfred, but like Dark Knight is such an interesting film in that I'm gonna be real. I'll say it. I think Dark Knight's overrated. It's a good film, but I think it's overrated.
I think it's a little overrated.
Minutes too long.
I agree with Ship when he said it's just Heath Ledger the movie. So I do have to agree. Spider-Man 2 is probably more better.
I like Two-Face. I thought it was also far and away better than Tommy Lee Jones.
Oh well,
that's because Tommy Lee Jones wasn't playing Two-Face; he was playing Joker with two faces. It's unfortunate. As someone who actually likes Batman,
he tried to.
That's Tommy Lee Jones' worst performance. Can we all agree on that? That was
pretty
fucking horrific.
He did Japanese commercials way better.
Yeah, actually, Dax might be right. His Two-Face might be his worst performance, and yet he had the gall to say to Jim Carrey that he's a fool.
That's what boggles my mind. It's like, oh, if you're such a fool, I'm sure gonna outfool you, Jim Carrey.
Dude, imagine what we could have had. Billy D. Williams played Harvey Dent in the first one. Imagine Billy D. Williams as Two-Face. I get it, race swaps, and frankly, I don't like race swaps if they're not done because if they're not the best actor for the role. I think Billy D. Williams would have done a great fucking Two-Face.
Billy D. Williams is a great actor.
Can I give you an how do you say that? An anecdote, yeah. Anecdotal. Me and my buddy had a big debate about race swaps the other day and about whether Nick Fury would have been better as a white guy. And I held true to the argument that it's entirely unnecessary, and it's always done for political gain. So I don't endorse it in any of its forms.
Well,
And
if you get the actor in a audition that does better than
no,
a
I
white
don't
person, or
buy
a black
that.
person, or Asian person
I
for the
don't
role.
buy that because
No,
those
no, no.
persons,
Let's focus on something Dex said.
because
It's
those people
always done for political gain. Now,
These days,
I
yes.
disagree with that premise. Let's take a look at Daredevil from 2003. Michael Clark Duncan as now quality of the film notwithstanding, because we all know that Daredevil sucks. However, I do not believe for a moment Michael Clark Duncan was casted based on his race. They cast him
Completely
because
agree.
we needed the biggest, baddest dude, and the biggest, baddest dude happened to be black.
And he auditioned. They didn't go out looking for a black guy for the role like they did with the Little Mermaid or Snow White.
Iron Oxide can't stay for long because of this chat. He says, just pop in and say hi. Day job sucks. Gotta be out soon. Guy has to replay later. I want to make sure to hit this while he's probably still here. Iron Oxide, thank you so much. Truly appreciate you. Here's a quick clip, and then we will go back to what Booch was saying. But this is for you, buddy. Thank you so much. It truly means the world to me.
I can blow. Oh, you ready to blow? Yeah, I'm ready to blow. Well, I'm a mushroom cloud laying motherfucker. Every time my fingers touch brain, I'm Superfly TNT. I'm the Guns of the Navarone.
About this time yesterday morning, Cassie and I were watching Samuel L. Jackson watch Fat People.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, in terms of Michael Clark Duncan's Kingpin, Dax, do you truly believe that movie in 2003 was a race swap for political purposes?
I do. I think it all comes back to the same source.
I know for a fact it wasn't.
Dax.
I know for a fact it was not done for political reasons.
Yeah, we'll do it one time. So we'll go with Boosh first, then Big Ship, and we'll go from there. So Boosh, give your reasoning that you know it wasn't.
He auditioned, and yeah, they wanted a big dude. Also, he had what did he just do before that?
Green Mile.
Yeah, the Green Mile. I saw that in the theater. He just looks like a massive, imposing fella. Are there other massive, imposing fellas in Hollywood? Sure. That had just come off a Green Mile? No. And they picked him for it for those reasons, not because of his skin color.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Clark Duncan, like, there's always these. You ever see those like 9-block memes? They're like, if you could bring one person back, and it's like Chris Farley and Ron Williams, and Michael Clark Duncan's always in them, and he's always in. Like, I get people love Ron Williams, I love Chris Farley. If there's one actor I could bring back that passed too soon, it will always be Michael Clark Duncan. That dude is a fucking legend. It doesn't fucking matter his skin color. Michael Clark Duncan was one of the greatest legends that was taken from us too soon.
You know, imagine if they pick someone that's not as big as Michael Clark Duncan to portray that role, but they picked him because he's white. Is that for political reasons?
No, it's for accuracy reasons, which I find more admirable.
No,
would it be more accurate if he's less buff?
Sorry,
No.
No.
You're all good. Like, I'm fine with being the odd man out here, but I think we should draw a hard line here, or at least I want to, because
right.
I find it.
Dex, like for simplicity's sake, where's that hard line? What is more important, the physical, like the size and build, or the skin color? What actually matters to the character more? Because for Kingpin specifically, but if you could only have one or the other, what is more important to the character? I would argue his size and build are more important than his skin color.
Sure, but that's a weird framing of it, because you're not going to tell me that there aren't white dudes as big as Michael Clark Duncan.
Give me a white dude that was famous in 2003 that would have.
No, okay. So that's what you're saying. He's not so he's not famous enough to play it. So we'll get the guy who came off of the Green Mile. Even if you're not doing
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Even if you're not doing it for DEI reasons.
Did you see T3?
Yeah,
Arnold looked depressing in that movie. He's just an older guy, and he definitely deflated.
He was injured and was not able to work out for several years.
Yeah, I believe it, man. I don't know the context, but
finally, someone that agrees with me. Okay, Iron Oxide. I'm going to pay special care to this because I've gotten roasted on many a live stream for saying this. He says, "Fuck, now I gotta stay. Michael Clark Duncan was the best Fisk." And I'm going to say it again now, and I've said it a million times. I think Michael Clark Duncan is a better Kingpin than Vincent D'Onofrio. Both are great, but I actually like Michael Clark Duncan's portrayal of the character more than Vincent D'Onofrio's. He says, by the way, BDW, wait, BDW, I don't know who BDW is, my bad, would have been an amazing Two-Face. Race swaps work when the actor fits the part and there are no political reasons behind them. I've done a whole video behind this. It was one of my earliest videos. It's probably shit. I agree hardcore. This is a completely unrelated clip, but this is for all you, for the chat. Thank you so much. I don't know.
I'd fuck one of the robot dogs.
All right. Dax, give us your rebuttal to Boost, and then we'll move to Big Ship to give his potential rebuttal to you.
I think we're coming away from the main point.
BDW, Billy D. Williams. Okay, thank you. Sorry, continue.
Billy D. Williams. That makes sense. No, I mean, look, I like Michael Clark Duncan as Kingpin, and I like Nick Fury as I like Samuel Jackson as Nick Fury, but that's not really my argument. My argument is that race swapping is just generally extremely cringe. And yeah, I can acknowledge that we live in the real world and you do things for lots of different motivations. Like, I would prefer it didn't exist, so I wouldn't have to have the conversation. And if we could just...
I think we can all agree with that. But your initial statement was it's always done for political reasons. And that's what we were pushing back on. I don't think it's always done for political reasons.
That's fair. Not political in the same sense, but...
Taxi.
You know...
Taxi, real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
I just love how you said Duncan.
Okay. Thank you,
You said it with a southern accent. It was perfect.
You know, like some Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
All right, that's my statement on race swapping, everybody.
Yep. No. If you're recanting the political aspect and just saying you wish race swaps weren't a thing on that page, I can get behind you. I just do not think it's always done specifically for political which usually translates to ideological reasons. But if that's not what your actual, if you just wish it didn't exist, I actually agree with you in that respect. I just don't think that's the reason.
No shade to Michael Clark Duncan. He was excellent, but.
And Big Ship, what about you? What are your thoughts on this matter?
No, that was exactly my issue with it. It wasn't political. It was he just did the Green Mile. He was amazing in the Green Mile, and he fit the character. He played the character well. So yeah, it might be for viewer attraction or whatever, but it wasn't political. Like that was just a smart business choice in terms of picking a Kingpin for that movie.
Well, and that's what makes race swaps in the modern age so unfortunate, is that every single time a black dude or an Asian dude or a tranny or what the fuck ever, I just realized we're 3 hours and 30 minutes in. I haven't said faggot yet, so we'll say or a faggot or whatever has been cast. You always have to beg the question: did you earn this on merit, or did you earn it? Not earn it. Did you get it? Were you gifted it because of XYZ extenuating factor? And that's unfortunate. Like, Niyat was the guest tonight. Niyat's a black dude. And I'm sure, as somebody who is a classically trained actor, I guarantee you that he would often have to ask himself, if he decided to pursue acting instead of pursuing YouTube like he originally planned to do, I bet there'd at least be a point in his life where he had to ask himself, did I earn this role because I'm good at my job? Or did I earn this role because of the color of my skin? And that would be so shitty to have to think about.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It sucks that they put those systems in place to make people feel that way.
Fuck you, Dax. Wait, Niyat's black. I love it. I love you, Dax.
What I did?
Okay, I'm back.
I refuse to believe Niyat's black until I eventually meet him in person. In my mind, there's no such thing as a black Australian. Example: black and femme posters who I think she accidentally hit enter before finishing. Because I want to know where the rest of that's going. But yeah, like LG is actually a great example of this. I don't watch his content because he's black and I want to pretend I have black friends. I watch it because he's good. It just, he just happens to be fucking black. In fact, LG not only black.
You just stopped it.
LG is a 1996 black with that fucking flat top haircut and shit that we haven't seen in 30 years. But for whatever reason, he continues to make sure it stays relevant, and I respect it. Dude, straight up rocking the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air look in 2025, and that takes balls. He also makes it look good.
No lies here, Leon. Just straight up flat tops, like Guile's theme. Dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun.
goddamn.
Well, what
Dude,
did you guys think of ScarJo as the Major in Ghost in the Shell? That's a race swap because they're supposed to be Asian, right?
Okay, Boosh, I'm
Well,
glad.
that one sucks
I
too.
defend
Yes.
Thank you,
ScarJo
Dad.
as the Major 100%, and here is why. Because the creator of Ghost in the Shell, I'm blanking on his name, he came out and said himself, the character's not Japanese, or the body is not Japanese, the brain is. You can cast anybody as long as the brain was from a Japanese woman and that brain was implanted into a robotic body.
And
The
it's
body doesn't matter, the brain does. I was like, you know what? That's a good enough explanation for me.
what do they call? It's not Neo Tokyo, but
that?
it's kind of like a Neo Tokyo thing. So he explains that it's more ethnically diverse than we would have Tokyo today, which they don't like anyone coming into their areas and buying up their land or anything. Japan is extremely strict on that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Japan in the modern setting is, which is exactly what you're saying. Why Neo Tokyo, which is the future post.
I don't remember what they call it in the show though, but it's
Neo Tokyo is actually Akira. But I get what you're saying. Point is,
and
it
like
is
Ninja Gaiden also has a Neo Tokyo. There's a bunch of different ones. They just call it Neo Tokyo. I don't know what it is, but to refer to
on the
it as.
courtyards where I spent most of my days. Shut the fuck up, LG. God damn it, you son of a bitch. We love you.
No, you mean courthouse. Courthouse is where you spend most of your days.
The but yeah, no, the Ghost in the Shell
I'm just fucking with
adaptation.
it.
I'm probably gonna get flack for saying this, but the Ghost in the Shell adaptation
Of course.
is actually one of the. It's not good, but it is one of the better anime adaptations because
It's a live action. I would agree with that.
yeah, it actually. It seems like it understands the source material. It just failed it understands it, but it failed to capture it in live action, which sucks because you can tell that it's not Dragon Ball Evolution. They know what makes Ghost in the Shell Ghost in the Shell. They just failed in the execution as
I have
opposed
a hot
to.
take.
Oh, go for it. Let's hear your hot take.
Ghost in the Shell live action is actually a good movie.
Mm.
The only thing that makes it hurt, the only thing that hurts it is that it disregards Eastern philosophy for Western philosophy, and that's wrong.
That's why it's not a good movie, though.
If you can get over that, some people can't, and I accept it. It's completely fine. That's completely fair. I understand. If you can get over that, it's actually not bad.
Hot
Well,
take.
I
I
don't
never
think it's a
finished it
bad
because I
film.
watched it with
just
my
think
brother
it's
and
a
said,
good
"This is
film. I think it's
ass."
no. I sort of agree with Cassie in that it's not bad. I think it's mid, and I hate that that's an overused term. But I think that Ghost in the Shell with ScarJo is mid. It has a lot of room to grow, but it's actually not bad. Also, Peter Venkman fan site says Leon hasn't seen the French City Hunter movie. You're right, I haven't, but I've seen the Chinese one with Jackie Chan, and I unironically love it. City Hunter is one of the most underrated anime of all time.
I will say this also.
What about 57? Is it 57 Ronin with Keanu Reeves?
47 Ronin.
47 Ronin,
I
thank
love 47 Ronin.
I did not like that stupid race swap.
I will say, also the Ghost in the Shell live action movie, one of the best and cheapest 4Ks you can get.
Really?
It looks
That's
sexy.
the reason it's cheap. That's
It
the
looks
reason I like
sexy because people don't like it because, well, they're gonna have their bias, which is fair. It's an acceptable bias, but it is cheap because people don't endorse it or accept it. But it is a sexy as fuck 4K.
I would say that besides One Piece, the best adaptation of all time in terms of like a manga and or anime is the manga is Battle Angel Alita, but the movie's called Alita Battle Angel. I think it's legit fucking good. I like Alita Battle
awesome.
Angel.
I didn't.
I love
see
that
it.
movie too.
Oh,
You didn't see it, Cindy?
No, her face freaked me the fuck out. I'm not down with how they did.
I
her
was
face.
okay with it.
It does
Totally
creep
okay
me
with it.
I was okay with it too. She a robot? I love it. Cindy, you gotta watch Battle Angel Alita. It's legit fucking. I would even say watch the anime or read the
I've seen
manga.
the
which is
anime.
actually okay, you've seen the anime. Watch the live action. I would love to get your thoughts because, dude, it's a legit good adaptation. For people to say anime adaptations and live action are impossible, Alita Battle Angel proves it wrong.
I can't
don't think it's
speak because I've
impossible, it's just
actually
difficult.
I've never watched the anime or read the manga.
I've never watched
from
the
a
anime,
film-
but I've read the manga. So.
Yeah, just from a film perspective, it's a very fucking awesome movie.
It's tight.
awesome action film. Yeah.
They keep it tight as well, and
Yeah.
you know, this evil villain who's kind of in the background. He's in the ether, like he's in cyberspace. I love that aspect. That's more of a Ghost in the Shell kind of a thing that they did there, and I think they did it better in Alita Battle Angel than they did in Ghost in the Shell live action.
Mm.
Yeah, the Big Ship, who's not an anime fan at all, said that in the chat. Did you say you like Ghost in the Shell?
I did not.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood what you said, because I have heard your argument for Ninja Scroll. Now, the anime film Ghost in the Shell, which was the major inspiration for The Matrix, if you like Ninja Scroll, I think you would like Ghost in the Shell. It is not, because I know your problem is things that like get zany and hokey and cartoony. Ghost in the Shell does not do that. It is a 100%
Wait, hold
serious
on.
cyberpunk film that
Hold
just
on.
happens to be animated.
Ninja Scroll
that's
is
good,
very
Kathy.
serious, but at the same time, too, a snake comes out of a woman's pussy.
That's
Yeah, like in real life.
Like in real life,
You
yes.
know, son,
And there's
that's
a guy made of rock.
crazy.
Yeah, no, Big Ship. If you so there are, in my opinion, there are 5 films that are anime films that sort of instituted anime being the force it is in the West now, and I think 4 of them you would like. And one is fucking Pokemon, the first movie. But if you, there are 5 anime films that popularized anime, and then of course you got Toonami, Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball, all that shit. But
Wicked City.
Akira, what was that?
Wicked City.
It's not
Wicked
for
City is not, and
kids.
here's why. Well, I'll get to Wicked City in a moment. But so Akira, Ghost in the Shell, Perfect Blue, Ninja Scroll, and then
Perfect Blue is
Pokemon the first
amazing.
movie. Wicked City is great, but it didn't actually permeate the cultural zeitgeist and
No,
become
'cause
like
it's
big and
naughty.
mainstream.
I
love
watched
Wicked
Wicked City and Demon City, and after
Dude.
that, I stopped watching anime. I'm not gonna lie to you. It actually scarred the fuck out of me, Loki.
Well, I saw Wicked
Okay.
City on Sci-Fi Channel, so a bunch of the naughty stuff was not in there. Then I watched it again, the regular version, for a review I did with Gooch. Holy shit!
Yeah,
I
used
pissed
to
I was
watch.
on that review, by the way. Like, there are a few reviews Gooch has done. It was
Oh, you
before
showed
he
up
and I
later,
knew each other
right?
real well, so I wasn't there. And he's like, he didn't have me on Ghost in the Shell, which I think is one of the greatest movies of all time. Oh, I was so pissed. But anyway, yes, Ghost in the Shell is one of the, if you like Ninja Scroll, I think you will like Ghost in the Shell, assuming you like cyberpunk dystopia type stuff.
Yeah, that's a fair take.
Goodwin recommended that one to me. I trust Goodwin because he also hates everything. So I was like, okay,
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
we both hate
like,
everything. So therefore,
Ju-
maybe it might work.
The Matrix would not exist without this film.
I have mixed feelings about the Matrix, but yep, okay.
Are you also
Mixed
a
feelings
super-
I
about
actually
the
anxiously,
Matrix.
no, Big Ship. I anxiously await you watching this movie, and I good or bad, I cannot wait to hear your argument about what you think of it, because you can make a very good argument even if I disagree with it. You're actually
mean,
like Goodwin in that sense.
One massive positive is that the Ghost in the Shell the original film is less drawn out than the Matrix is, because the Matrix takes a long fucking time
That's
to get going.
fucking
So
true.
if
That is
the
fucking
one
true.
positive is that it gets to the point.
I'll take that.
It's kind of like the Avengers. It's like, I loved watching the Avengers the first time, but after watching it like twice, it's a fucking slog to get through.
Dude, I didn't even like it when it came out. In fact, I rewatched it not too long before me and my ex-wife split. We watched it together, and it was actually better than I remembered. Not because it was a good movie, but because I was so used to the CGI green screen bullshit of the modern MCU. I saw
Yeah.
practical sets and was like, oh my god, this movie's better than I remembered. Purely on that alone. But yeah, the original Avengers film from 2012 or whatever, it's not that good, and it never was.
Wouldn't go that far.
I love it.
Still holds up pretty well.
I'm okay with it. I think that the one thing X-Men films struggled with was teen-based combat. Like that was the one thing that I never thought, despite my love of X-Men films, that's my biggest criticism of the ones that I love. They never were able to get it together on a team-based, like,
Ironically
fighting
enough,
aspect.
Pass, which one does it the best?
Probably X-Men 3.
X-Men
Yeah.
3.
Do it.
Yeah.
It is the one that does it the best.
Yeah, they did it in the first 5 minutes, crazy enough. But I also agree that that first 5 minutes should have never existed to begin with. It should have been Cyclops leaving the group and fucking Storm fighting for, the top spot to be leader. But we didn't get
X-Men
that because we
3
can't have nice
retarded.
things.
Because
But
Wolverine,
Avengers,
everyone loves Wolverine.
Avengers was that team-based film that really did a good job at displaying team-based, like teamwork.
By the
I'm
way,
sorry,
since you're
I
bringing
need
up these
an
films,
explanation on
real
how
quick, Saint. Real quick, I gotta say this, then we'll move to Cindy. Someone in the chat earlier, we were talking about best superhero films that are actually film and whatnot. Someone said Blade 1 ? I do not consider Blade a superhero film. I consider it a comic book film, the same way that V for Vendetta is a comic book film, the same way that Men in Black is a comic book film. Blade is not a superhero. He's just a comic character. He's not a superhero. All right, anyway, continue, Cindy.
Oh, I don't remember now.
We were talking about X-Men and team-based stuff. Does that help?
Leon, you could have left your autism aside and let her speak. Holy shit!
It is impossible to my autism aside.
This must be your first time on a Neon Leon.
That's not the way it works, Cassie.
This man is the master
No,
derailer.
Cass doesn't go on often. When she does, I love it. I actually want to get Cass. I want to get you as a guest. Your work depending sometime in the near future because I want to interview you.
An interview? Oh shit!
Well, I've never had you on because you used to work nights and stuff, but I don't know if that's such a big deal now. So
it depends on the day.
Fair enough.
I hate that shifting schedule, man.
But anyway, Cindy, we were talking about X-Men. We were talking about team-based fights and live-action films. Does that jog your memory at all?
Well, I kind of missed most of the discussion because my chat windows keep crashing, and I'm kind of grateful StreamYard hasn't yet. So I kind of missed it, but I heard the words X-Men 3 is good, and I was like, what?
Okay, Cindy, you have to understand. We're talking specifically in the context of them fighting together as a coordinated team. Because in X-Men 1 and 2, they don't really do that because every time there's a fight scene, they're always either isolated or one of them's knocked out, or it's like some weird divide and conquer thing. Like maybe they'll fight 2 at a time at best in the first 2 movies, which is like, you know, not really what you want to see.
Arguably, despite X-Men 3 being shit, and to be fair, I also have a small guilty pleasure for it because I love Funky Jensen as Jean Grey, and I do get my little moment with them kissing before it all goes downhill from there. But objectively speaking, the first 5 minutes of X-Men 3 displays better teamwork than everything else X-Men prior in terms of the films.
I think that X-Men 3 is a lot like Spider-Man 3 in that the shit it does bad, it does so egregiously bad, it overshadows how much of it's actually good. I would say that 65% of X3 is actually good, but the 35% that's bad is so bad people do not acknowledge the 65%.
No. Now I'm just convinced that Spider-Man 3 is no good, and my memory is perfectly fine.
Oh my
god! I don't think X-Men 3 is going to be your best argument. That was a dreadful movie, and their
You're talking
teamwork
about the
was
fight
awful.
scenes.
Yeah, I hated him.
Oh,
I mean, good
that's
fight
fair
scenes
argument.
where there's a team. I would say Guardians of the Galaxy had nailed that better.
Oh, sure. Most definitely.
X-Men 3 had a
years
fight
later?
scene. X-Men 3 had a fight scene that was set up by Magneto moving the Golden Gate Bridge somewhere.
Which, by the
So
way,
his enemy
visual
could attack
effect-wise-
him from behind. That's
By the
retarded.
way,
That's a retarded
visual
premise. You've done bad.
effects-wise, let's compare the MCU to X3. That scene of Magneto moving the Golden Gate Bridge still looks better than the vast majority of what the MCU has ever put out. Not just
So
quite
here's a
recently,
question.
but ever put out. It's a
Cool. So now it's
brilliantly
the
shot
pretty
scene,
argument.
which looks great.
They're trying to stop the kid, right? They're trying to kill the kid. They don't want to capture the kid. They're trying to kill him. Drop the bridge on the building.
Yeah, so exactly.
Yep, I agree.
Most definitely.
It's retarded.
Oh yeah, there's a
It's
lot of
the most
retarded
retarded
shit in
premise.
X-Men
Yeah,
3.
no,
it is.
dude, there's a lot of problems with X3. I'm not saying there are not a lot of problems with X3.
Oh, it's
I'm
the
just
worst.
saying
It's the worst one
that
of the first 3.
Yes.
Yeah, X3 is the worst of the original trilogy. I will say that X3 is also better than every subsequent film except Days of Future Past.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Including First Class and Logan.
Yeah.
You're talking about fighting
If
still?
we're including
First
Logan,
Class-
no.
No, not. I'm not including the Wolverine standalone films. I just mean
okay.
ones titled X-Men. But First Class, I think, is an egregious film, and that it so fundamentally misunderstands what the X-Men are. It is a disaster of a film, only made to appeal to normies and not comic fans. I will watch X3 a million times before I watch First Class again. I fucking loathe First Class. Also, Dragon Master for a two-banger comes in. When Bryan Singer left X3, that doomed the film. Real quick, we can get you a quick clip.
But here's the
right.
people don't realize, like, X-Men 3 was doomed to fail. Not only did Bryan Singer leave, but he took all of the X-Men 2 writers with him and Cyclops. That tremendous. Like, that was to the film. Like, you took all of X2's like pizzazz and you know, people that were competent, and we're just like, yeah, let's just leave it. Let's just leave it all to the actors, even though that's the least important part, arguably. But I will say, I will watch X-Men 3 because I like a lot of the actors in there too.
And Famke Janssen just stands there looking tough the entire movie. That's it.
Do not. You are treading.
Hilarious.
You are tread
They had to stab her.
lightly. Tread lightly. Okay, Famke Janssen is a fucking queen.
I didn't
She
say
just
she
stood in
wasn't.
the background
She's
the
a
entire
terrible-
time,
Yeah,
looking
she's
angry.
Jean Grey in
That
that
was her
movie.
role for 2
Oh
hours.
my god.
Yeah, but she
Stare,
was.
just please stare
Why
at me
wasn't
harder.
she cured? Like, why did
Stare
Wolverine
at me
have to
harder,
stab her?
mommy.
They
You do not.
stabbed Magneto with like 5 syringes, and you only
Because
needed
it's a
one.
shit movie.
It didn't make any
Well,
sense. The whole movie made no
He
sense.
wanted to
It
make
was
extra,
retarded.
he wanted to make extra sure, Cindy. He loaded him up with a few extra
Yeah, but
syringes.
Kelsey
'cause it
Grammer's
was
beast
really important.
far superior to Nicholas Hoult.
Oh, you sprained your ankle.
Great.
You poor thing. Let me
and
kill you
Boosh.
so that you feel better.
Boosh, here, I think that you were onto something here, because Nicholas Hoult is a great fucking actor, and the fact that his beast falls so short, where Kelsey Grammer did in 20 minutes of one film that Nicholas Hoult could not do, not due to his fault, because of the fault of the writers, couldn't do in what, 3 or 4 movies?
Yeah.
I love Kelsey Grammer as being.
That's the problem. That's the writing, though.
I agree.
I mean, the saddest thing to me with X-Men 3 is that they basically ditch Mystique after her. Like, to me, like, yes, Hugh Jackman is the star of X2, but she's the second star. She's phenomenal in X-Men 2.
Great, yeah.
I would
Yeah.
say
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what
X2 is
she
the
was
best
the
of the
first
bunch.
one.
But then in X3, she's retarded, gets kidnapped, and immediately not a mutant anymore and turns into a snitch. Congratulations, X3.
Now,
Piece of
that
shit.
being
I
said-
fucking hate that movie.
We get to see her naked.
That being said, that actually leads to a good scene / moment where when she sacrifices her mutant powers for Magneto, and you would expect after their long-term working relationship together, he would, you know, he would thank her, he
You're
would
not
praise
one of
her.
us anymore.
He looks at her and he says, "You're not one of us anymore," and abandons her. That's how deep Magneto's prejudice against humans goes, is that it doesn't matter how much Mystique ever did for him. Now that she's not a mutant, she is subhuman to him. I love that scene in X3.
I love Ian
Leon.
so much.
I have to say, it really doesn't make sense that he wouldn't at least give her a pair of like pants or something.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
she is
I
hot.
don't
Keep her
think
naked.
he would have helped her until later on in his life if they followed the story. But
Exactly.
at that point in time, no, he wouldn't have.
And
I
not even look for a
love-
cure or anything, just abandon her.
I love Ian's sassy boy swag, that entire trilogy. He's amazing
You
as
humans and
Magneto.
your guns.
I didn't expect to go from Spider-Man 3 to X-Men 3, but it does feel like a natural bridge.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
Second film is the best.
Oh my
I
god.
hated that pun, Leon.
Oh,
sorry,
man.
sorry, Shippy.
I just got that.
Yeah, I don't actually know between the first 2 X-Men which is the better of the two. Like, I've actually always kind of thought
Two.
that the first
second
X-Men
one.
was better than the second.
Nah,
But maybe
not even
they're,
close.
I haven't seen.
Nah,
I
you gotta
haven't seen
rewatch.
this trilogy. I haven't seen the trilogy in years, so I'm probably due for a rewatch. But I always liked the first more than the second. I really did. But maybe I need to rewatch it.
I like a lot of things in X-Men 1, and for a while, I also struggled with this, but upon rewatch as an adult, very recently, by the way, while I really like X-Men 1, there's some There's some things that definitely take it down a couple of pegs in comparison to two.
Rogue
And
sucks.
frankly,
Rogue
I would
sucks
take your
in those
word
movies.
for quite a bit, Cass, because when it comes to comics, isn't X-Men your go-to, your favorite?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not like the biggest comic book reader. I've like gotten into X-Men at different points and skipped over some others. But yeah, I love X-Men. And X2 is still a solid film. It brings together a team and has a, I would say, a okay cast. I think Famke Janssen was really good as Jean. I really love Marsden as Scott. Unfortunately, they don't do anything with him. Obviously, Ian.
And any of the films but the first, I feel like Cyclops is completely underutilized after the first film.
Yes.
I mean, yeah. Kind of sad to say, like they don't do enough with James Marsden as Scott. Like Scott always gets the shit under the stick. And
Did you ever see him, Cass, in the interviews for the Sonic films? Every chance he gets, he brings up that he was in X-Men.
Yeah.
Aw, that's
No,
so
I love
cute.
it. He's like, he'll frequently do some variation of, well, as someone who was in a superhero film. Like,
bro, how is he still so sexy and he's old as fuck? Like,
yeah, right. I'm not gonna say sexy, but he has aged well.
He
Old
looks
as fuck? Isn't he like
still
40?
good as fuck.
Wait a minute. What's old as fuck to you?
Get wrecked.
I mean, he's like at least 50 years
You
old
old
now. X-Men was a 2000. People call X-Men, the original X-Men, X-Men
51.
2000. That's the old
dude.
fucking movie.
James Marsden is 51. Think about that when you watch Sonic 3. He looks the fucking same as he did in the X-Men.
He looks like
movies.
he's 30.
He's
Yeah,
51.
he does look like he's 30.
Yeah.
So
Love
50
him.
is old as
Oh
fuck.
no,
God
is he
damn
the
it.
new Paul Rudd?
He needs to stop being a cuckboy in movies, but other than that.
I like Paul Rudd
Man.
as Ant-Man. I didn't like the second movie as much, and the Quantum Mania, I couldn't watch it.
Dude, I've said this on other streams. I'll say it here. The first Thor and the first Ant-Man are my favorite solo films in the MCU.
Really?
I wasn't too keen on the
First
first
Thor.
Thor movie.
We just have totally different taste. Oh my god.
The second Thor movie was
love
not
the
good.
first Thor.
I didn't like the first
Doctor
one as
Strange.
much.
This is
Second
my
Thor was
favorite.
really bad. First Thor was not great.
It was okay. Yeah, it was okay. It's serviceable. It's an introduction film to Thor. I can give it a pass on that.
If you hold it up next to Iron Man 1, though, it's not even close. Like those are not even in the
Iron
realm.
Man 1 is phenomenal.
See, I think that in terms of the introductory characters for the Avengers, barring Scarlet Witch, who didn't get her own film, or not Scarlet Witch, Black Widow, it goes Thor, Iron Man, Hulk, Captain America.
Oh, okay. We strongly disagree, my friend. Thor.
Oh, what's your list? What's your list, Shippy?
Thor better than Iron Man. Really?
Okay, now I will admit my bias here that even growing up a comic book fan, I have never liked Iron Man. So I am
okay.
Iron Man
so
is a
you're
very
against-
well made
Okay.
film, but I already come from a point of not liking the character.
Okay. I
didn't think the first Thor movie was trash. I just don't like it anywhere near as much as a bunch of the other ones. And I really like the
Yeah.
first Ant-Man film. I thought that was a great introduction to the character.
Yeah, but that makes
Baskin Robbins
sense
always
as
finds
well.
out.
Like for the character, that movie made sense.
Yeah,
The
and it's a
Ant-Man
heist
stuff.
film because it's
Yeah, exactly.
removed from this generic. This is the kind of movies we're doing. Winter Soldier's an espionage film. You know, they're different films within the same universe. They have different motivations. That Iron Man was about redemption and selling guns and stuff. You know.
You know what, Boosh, you bring that. This will be the last point, and then we're gonna do our outros because the stream's been going for almost 4 hours. But that's actually my biggest gripe above all else with the MCU, more than the over-reliance on CGI, more than the DEI, more than the race swaps. MCU movies used to actually be genre films, and they would change genre film to film. Captain America is technically a period piece. Iron Man is a character study. Thor is actually a character study as well. You know, how a god becoming a man.
Guardians of
Ant-Man
the Galaxy
is
is
a heist
sci-fi.
film. Guardians of the Galaxy is a sci-fi film, and that all these blends of genres came together in unique ways where, like, even though we know they're in the same universe, they were all unique films in their own right. And then from, I would say, about halfway through phase 3 and onward, that's when they became homogenized. And
They lost
I
it, yeah.
find that to be a problem with the storytelling in the MCU, amongst a myriad of other problems. But that's the biggest one, is that they are all the same.
Generic.
I wouldn't mind them all being the same if they all strove towards the same vision. They don't have any kind of cohesion. There's no unifying theme among all of them anymore. Like, say what you want about phases 1 through 3, they were all going for something, and then after that, there was just nothing. It was just nihilism and wokeism, and
but not even nihilism. And here's why not nihilism, Dax, or at least not because Hulk, the first Hulk with Edward Norton, which I think is a shit film, is a nihilistic movie done right.
No, it's not. It's not nihilistic in that sense, because the whole point is that he's supposed to move past his trauma and like use his
correct. But the main character's the main character is a nihilistic character because of what he's gone through.
He hates
and
himself.
It very much embodies the philosophy of nihilism while trying to show a counter argument to it.
Yes, but my whole reason I use that word for phase 4 and 5 is because like heroism is clearly not what they're going for, because none of the characters are heroic. None of their
nihilism and heroic are not
compatible.
Antithetical. No, they can
go together. They
can
can
be a
absolutely go
nihilist hero ship, really? You think so?
Yeah,
100%.
I actually want you to explain this. I'm with Dex. I don't see how you can be a nihilistic hero.
You can uphold your own personal morals, which can be moralistic. This is where you and I strongly disagree, Leon, because you have theological morals and I have personal morals. But for me, somebody can uphold their own personal morals and be a hero while not necessarily believing that everything's going to be.
But nihilism specifically means you don't find value in the living experience, and if you don't find value in it, there is no motivation for heroism. So if you do find yourself, you could be without religion and still be moralistic. That's not the same as being nihilistic.
There's such thing as an anti-hero. That exists. You can have a nihilistic person who does righteous things from a separate perspective. Is he doing them for the same reasons? No, but is he heroic? Yes.
Yeah, I'm with Boosh on this one. Nihilism is a very specific thing, and I'm glad Dax brought that up, in that folks that are nihilistic are hold to a philosophy in a lack of value in life. And when I say life, I mean like being alive. There's no reason to be alive, because eventually we're all nothing. We're all ants. The heat death of the universe will take care of all of us, and we'll all be nothing in the grand scheme of history.
That's you are. I just want to point out you're kind of really breaking it down to like very brass tacks at that point. Like that's not the philosophy. You're just kind of condensing it as much as you can.
Yes, and much like religions, there are different flavors of nihilism. But when you get down to the brass tacks of it, it is a. I'm trying to think how I want to explain this in the most concise way without trying to get into
no, get full PWG on us, bro. Just go for it.
It is.
Shut up, Dax.
Because you see everything in a black and white binary of existence being futile due to looking at the big picture as such a big picture that nothing in the small picture matters. There is no reason for what would be considered by most folk subjectively good morals.
So I got a question for you, Leon. Is Blade a hero? There you go.
Where it gets weird because we start to explore personal validation.
Blade,
he saves an innocent life in his first scene.
Blade is not a hero. Blade is an anti-hero.
Well, so still a hero.
From what I've seen, he doesn't really respect human life that much. He kills vampires.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Blade isn't a hero. Blade is an anti-hero because what he does has inherently positive outcomes, but he's not doing it to generate a positive outcome.
Well, but he sees humanity as, they're all going to die. What's the
Right,
whole kind of?
that's why that's the way I
don't
did.
think that's the case at all.
Regardless of the way he views the world, his actions have a positive outcome. He's not doing it for because of basically he's got a one-track mind. Vampires evil, kill vampires. Now, is that inherently good for the progress of humanity?
By the way.
Yes, but he's not doing it for the progress of humanity. He's doing it because vampires are evil motherfuckers need to die.
We're now breaking down a weird branch where theologically, if I have personal morals that help me do good, is that still acceptable alongside religious morals? This is like a fucking 150-hour stream at this point. You need to cut this shit down.
Actually, we need to do a stream just on this. I think this could be a lot of fun.
This has been fascinating.
Yeah, because we have to wrap. We're over 4 hours. However, I would, as somebody who my favorite area of study is philosophy, specifically religious philosophy in general. Ship, I'd love to have you on for this. This seems like a lot of fun.
I'll be there, bro.
We should do this on a stream. So you know what? Not this coming Sunday, because I already have plans for this coming Sunday, so we made tier 3. If we can hit tier 3 next Neon Leon, the following Sunday stream, if Ship is available for it, will be this discussion. Because I think this would be fucking fascinating. We'll break down nihilism versus theologian, specifically Christian philosophy theologian. I think it'd be great. But we have to wrap. We're gonna start with Boosh. Boosh, tell the people who you are, what you do, and where you'll be.
Boosh McFadden everywhere. After this, I'm gonna go ahead and fire up another Witcher stream. It started off kind of shaky, but I am having fun with it. It's difficult to get the combat down. It's a pretty tough game.
Are you playing on console or PC?
Console.
Yeah, the game sucks on console.
$17 for the definitive
Witcher
edition.
3. I've been told to play it on PC and it's a better game, but on console, Witcher 3 sucks.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, that's what I have, so that's what I'm using. I have this.
No, I'm just saying, you say it started off shaky. I'm just explaining why, because dude, it's clearly made for PC. They had to jam like 100 different options into a fucking controller. It's not good in terms of the UI. It's not good.
I had to look up a tutorial on how to put my torch away because it's not the same kind of system to equip and use the magic. Anyway, that's what I'll be doing. I have been doing an early morning Sunday stream if anyone wants to catch that. And other than that, I just kind of stream whenever, and I'll be in various random chats saying stupid shit to make people laugh.
That's what I like to hear. Dax, all you. Tell people who you are, what you do, and where you'll be.
Well, hey, everybody. It's just been a delightful Neon Leon. And while it's not the same day we're used to, boy, was it a good one. We got through so much discussion of Niyat's life and the life of Marvel as a cinematic universe, and Spider-Man and X-Man and Spoder-Man and Leon Man and Hondo Man and Cinevere Man and so many good men. I hope all of you have a wonderful night, and as for me, I'll be hanging out on X and in the Fellowship Fringe Society Discord, which I will link in the chat. So thanks so much for all of you who came out, and I hope you will join us for any and all streams in the future, because boy, you are just a lovely chat, and we love you so much. Peace out, everybody.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Shippy, all you, brother.
I'm mostly just here to promote COJ with Zax. His Saturday night stream. I also want to point out ABF and Dax and I are gay. Never listen to anything either of them say ever under any circumstance.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for that
Go
so much.
sub to Cassie's second channel. Shut up, Dax. You're gay. And
fuck you.
Cassie's second channel definitely needs more subs. So go sub to them. They're great.
He's saying
Cassie's
you're a
great.
homosexual.
No, I got it.
Dax and
I got
you are a
it.
homosexual, just so you know.
Man.
And
Oh, little Daxie.
I swear to
and
God.
also sub to Cinny.
The big gay.
But also definitely ignore Dax because he's gay. And it's important to ignore him for his gayness. It's really important just to really drive that home. Anyway, that's all. Thanks, guys.
J'accuse.
Gooner Fist, tell the people who you are, what you do, where you'll be.
What up, guys? I just got done with like a 8-hour stream almost, and I was like, fuck it, let's hang out with Leon too. So glad to have been here. So
No, the rest of us, just Leon.
No, of course you guys too, but you guys end up in my chat anyway, so it's like, bro, we just back at it again, just the usual. But it was cool hanging out with Boosh yesterday. He was in Discord. We were watching fat people, and someone making fun of fat people was awesome. But yeah, guys, my main account is Cult Classic Cage on YouTube, and we basically make fun of PlayStation fanboys and discuss the crazy entertainment of 2025. So there's that.
You used to
But
make
also-
fun of Xbox fanboys, but then they came up with that banger fucking pre-show a couple months ago, and you're like, fuck, can't do that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, we celebrate when we see good entertainment because that's a win for gamers, right? But also I do have a second account that I just started. It's called Gooner Fist. I'm trying to get to 500 subs before the release of Shadows, Assassin's Creed Shadows, and upon doing that, I will stream what's it called? Fucking Yasuke Simulator. That's the goal. So we're over 300 subs now, so 200 away. So if you guys can make that happen, I play a lot of video games on there. I'm streaming Avowed. You guys have been watching me torture myself, so that's cool. And yeah, I just shit post really silly things on there, which is fun.
Talk about the Avowed stuff. Damn.
It's interesting to say the least.
Cindy, what about you? Tell the people who you are and what you do.
Hi, guys. First, before I start, I owe Boosh something. Woo. I don't know if I did that right.
Let's go.
Oh, you did.
But-
You definitely did.
Appreciate that. Much love.
Yeah, I promise. I thought I'd keep it.
It's gonna be this wank loop. I mean, what?
I'm doing it now.
Yeah.
Keep it to yourself, Cassie, you gooner.
Oh my goodness. So I'll be starting streaming sometime this month. I'll let you guys know when. And I'll be putting a post up on X asking for which game you guys think I should stream as my first. And then I'll be running a poll if I get like way too many options.
Beautiful. You love to see it. What she failed to promote is that she released a video today. Well, I guess yesterday, since it's after midnight now. So make sure you all go watch it. It was doing very well. We need to make sure it does even better. She has been killing it for somebody who's new to the YouTube game as she is. So if you've not subscribed to Cinevere yet, for whatever fucking reason, do so. She's a goddamn sweetheart and putting her all into all this. So yeah. She's the best. She's doing good stuff. As for your boy here, tomorrow, Neon Leon was tonight. Why was Neon Leon tonight? Well, for one, Niyat does not have Fridays available, and I really, really wanted to have him as a guest on Neon Leon. But two-part reason, tomorrow, being a Friday night at midnight, we will still be doing a stream. It won't be Neon Leon. We'll be doing a Dragon Ball Daima review. Me, Mike Hollow, Blue Collar Loser, Daxnar, Cinevere, possibly Yellow Flash. That is a possible thing. So yes, we are 100% going to be doing a Daima panel review tomorrow. Dragon Ball Daima, good, bad, ugly, whatever you think. We will be.
Are you going to have any big YouTubers on?
Oh
what?
my
Say
God.
that again?
Are you
so
going to
you
have
have
any
any
big YouTubers on?
Yeah, fuck
I
you,
mean,
Boosh.
Mike Hollow and Yellow Flash both pretty decent size. Yeah, no, jokes aside, yeah, it is going to be a blast. I cannot wait to dissect Dragon Ball Daima tomorrow because there is a lot of good, bad, and ugly to go along with it. We shall see. I can't wait to hear everybody's feedback in the comments. So yes, we're still doing a stream tomorrow at midnight. Also, because we hit tier 3 for the very first time, there will be a Sunday stream. Much like Cindy, I'll probably be putting up a poll in that whether it be a gameplay stream or a reaction video stream, we shall see. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who chatted in and made this worthwhile. You've been here for 4+ hours. It means the absolute world to me. And then those of you that went the extra mile and did super chats, membership chats, the whole 9. I'm only able to do this because of you. Thank you so much. We're off to a great start from March. I've released a couple videos, about 4 or so. Multiple of them doing well. Thank you for the support. If you've not been catching up on the video content, please watch it. It is all stuff that I'm very passionate about, have thoughts on, and it's not just all video games woke this. So thank you so much. If you are a member, check for your name in the audience, in the credits, and I will be updating the Discord after this so that you can become a member of the Discord if you got to get your membership. So until next time, all here in the Nerdosphere, it's been Words of Paradise.